Good morning. Fuck yeah, newest girl. Good to hear. I hope the move wasn't too stressful. I personally have not actually moved, like, too far in my life. Like, generally, I've kind of hopped a bit, but, yeah. Moving is stressful enough. It was. We got in at midnight last night. Oh my god. Just in. Fresh into the state. Now, that's awesome to hear. I'm glad. Very, very glad. Yeah, also, just specifically for you, yeah, my DMs on Blue Sky might be a bit of a problem now because age verification shit. So yeah. May not hear from me too often in DMs there. And I will be getting rid of my... am I getting rid of... Yeah, no, I'm probably just gonna, like, straight up delete Twitter at this point, because that garbage that's happening with the new terms of service is just, like... Like, I was already going over there only ever to verify, like, okay, did someone actually, like, post this, or, like, yeah, just for those purposes? It's not worth the risk anymore. I haven't been on Twitter in so long. Yeah, neither have I, thankfully. I didn't think I've opened it yet. Yeah, that tracks. Because Blue Sky still doesn't do, media and DMs yet. But, yeah, Blue Sky's got fucking bigger problems than that. Anyway, enough about social media and a whole lot of other things. Oh, you can't see my mouse because I haven't clicked on the game. Look! Lives. They're still here. Should put out another hit ski. Yeah. Surely there's a Minnesota joke somewhere. Yes, level 1. The emergency maintenance last night genuinely had me like, oh no, they're gone. They're taking away our... We'll never see again. But no. Is here. Oh god, I forgot what I was going to immediately follow up with. Never mind. Let's just get into things then. So, 7.4. They didn't just take it. Oh, yeah! Oh my god! Okay, hold on. I need to... We took our kingdom cards. Okay, I'm gonna have to actually... That wasn't an easy, quick Google. Fuck. Alright. Damn it. Well, actually, no. Newest girl, there's your hit skeet. Because I have not seen anyone do that. And I've been all over people making references to... Okay, thanks, OBS. Yay, level 1. So, here we are. 7.4. Taking our first step out of Dawntrail. Now, the trajectory of Dawntrail in general has just been going up and up. I am a known Dawntrail enjoyer, but even I will admit, like, yeah, this wasn't peak. This was, well, 7.0 was not peak. It had a lot of peak moments for me. In fact, I will maintain, Living Memory is still my favorite area in the entire game. hands down. But even that area, like, concluded a story in a way I don't really like, and there's really how Kryl was treated throughout MSQ 7.0 in the .0 release. 7.1 had a similar rough feeling where it really felt like they were trying to really shift into a specific story. But once they'd done that, like, yeah, shit rocketed up. And there's a lot of, like, quality that started bleeding out of the MSQ in general from then. Which is good, because, like, personally, I think if the story had been better in the patches, but the scene construction in that had not gotten better, I would genuinely be a bit worried about how the team is gonna be in 8.0 and, you know, several years in the future. 7.1 was a bit rough. Yeah, like, 7.1 was honestly, I think, the low point for me. Where it really felt like it was doing .0 but more, where they would be like, oh shit, okay, we want to get to this story, we know where we want to end up, but we need to get through a few things before we get to that, because otherwise they're dangling things. And I think, honestly, I think part of that was a bit of a mistake. One of the things that I consistently say about the broad trajectory of 14's MSQ is that they're really good at picking up threads later on. And I don't know, it's a bit of a line to walk where, like, you leave it dangling, but still give something satisfying to, like, say, okay, we're bookending this at least for now. That's a difficult line to walk. Personally, I don't think they did that very well with the 7.1 stuff. Like, Kona in particular, I think got really, like, was a real victim of, like, the writing that was trying to just... And honestly, Kona as a character, I think, suffered from this a lot in .0, if I really want to think about it, where it felt like a lot of his involvement in the story and his, like, emotional beats were pure narrative function and not, like, actually letting the character breathe. And that was my biggest problem with 7.1. But, like, the ending is 7.1, and everything after that, mwah, it's been fantastic. So now, we're in a situation where, Calyx is in an interesting state. Kona might be my biggest letdown of the expansion. Yeah, I'd agree. I don't think... And just in general, Shaktaral... The people that existed on Shaktaral before Alexandria fused with the northern reaches of that area generally got, like, shafted hard. They got set aside, they got given, like, baseline kind of mandatory involvement in parts of the story, but their culture really did not get explored a lot. There's a lot of the Shaloni stuff that gets, like, trampled by Alexandria because they're trying to introduce them, but we're also trying to be like, well, they did just integrate into the country that, you know, effectively trapped them in a lightning bubble. Not that they had a choice or anything. Like, there's just a lot of that that's like, oh, and it was deliberate, but unfortunately it's had a, it has a similar effect to people who really wanted to see Garlemald in Endwalker, where, like, what they did narratively makes sense to speed things up a bit to get to the bit after it. But I think where the Garlemald bit succeeds, where Shaloni fails, is that the whole point of destroying Garlemald in that way was to actually expose a narrative path that both is, I think, satisfying at the end of the day, really, like, breaking down, like, the propagandistic, authoritarian, fascist-leaning sort of society that it was, and really examining it to its heart. and being able to move through it at a faster pace than if Garlemald still existed and we had to wrangle with, well, how do we get into Garlemald? How do we talk to people at Garlemald? They're going to send the army after us immediately after this happens. But Shaloni and the people of Shaktaral are just kind of move out of the way. Yeah, we're going to make sure the train doesn't, like, interrupt the movement of animals and that, which is obviously important to your culture. Yeah, we completely agree with that. Anyway, Queen Sveen. And honestly, it's the thing that's probably gonna grate on me the longer that the expansion exists in my head. That particular bit was never really satisfyingly engaged with, and we've missed a good window for that to happen. So and the reason we go back to that in the narrative is because there is a narrative reason to do it, which makes me worried that if they ever go and do it again, that they have to come in with another piece of bullshit to put in there to make us go there, and I don't know if I like that, because one of the real strengths of the early half of Dawntrail, and I do not care if you don't find it interesting, was learning about these cultures in a far more passive way. We didn't need to engage with them in so much as there's a ticking time bomb in the place and we need to sort it out. It was really like, we're doing a tour of this place that Wuklammart's father had united, and we're gonna learn about all of this because this is a very important thing to take forward as a leader. And yeah, like, ultimately, we don't get that same, journey with Shaktaral. And the bits that we do get are, like, enough framing to understand the huge, thing that Alexandria did, blah, blah, blah. And honestly, like, there are a lot of people I've seen who do not like the story pretty much for that reason and can't fuck with it. And honestly, like, yeah, I completely understand that. Because, like, not only is this not the first time it's happened, but this is probably the most blundered it's ever been. But what story is here, I think, is really good. It's just, like, the longer I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, you kind of have to just accept that Shaktaral got the short end of the stick, and that was a deliberate decision made to make the story happen. And all of the patches have built off that story that got shoved in there. So yeah. Regardless, the MSQ... There's a comment I saw when it dropped that stuck with me. Go ahead. Regardless, I have really enjoyed 7.2 and 7.3. Where they chose to spend their time narratively. Yeah, and, like, I think it's really simple. They were trying to do too much. I think it worked in Endwalker because they took a particular route with telling the Garlemald story, and they really, really focused on, like, that. They didn't, like, I don't know, shove Elpis into Garlemald? You know what I mean? Like, Garlemald was destroyed, but it in and of itself destroyed itself, which means that the consequences and all of that are it. So, the narrative focus ends up being wholly Garlemald. Whereas with Shaktaral, Alexandria comes in, we need the framing of Shaktaral, but the general focus is on not just Shaktaral, right? So yeah, it makes it a bit difficult to focus on there. And, like, yeah, there's a... Actually, okay, sorry, I'm gonna have to get on my video essay thing for a second. There's a video by Dan Olsen talking about The Snowman, I think it is. It's a murder mystery movie adapted from a book. And he talks about, like, a complicated sequence of events that are necessarily interlocked with one another. So, like, generally speaking, A, B, like, let's say you've got A, B, C, D, E steps in a narrative. E can build off of a lot of what's in A, B, C, and D, but it may not build off those evenly, and in fact, you might find, after you've written your A, B, C, D, E, that, oh, B doesn't actually feed into much of the later stuff here. Maybe there's a way I can refine that, or reduce B a bit to kind of make the narrative a bit more smoother. It's talking about all the necessary things, and means that there's a lot more cleaner experience across that story. Now, obviously, with storytelling in any kind of art, you can deliberately do things to cause certain effects, but they obviously need to be controlled. So a problem Dan has with parts of the Snowman is that basically you can't really remove any individual piece because all of it is so tightly reliant on the thing immediately before and after that you can't really bridge that gap easily. And that's what Dawntrail a bit feels like to me. They started with some things that were a bit rocky, and then the immediate things after that rely on the fact that that's kind of rocky, but it itself doesn't really do it, like, justice. And then you get to C and D, and already you're like, shit, there's too much going on, but we can't, like, extract a lot out of B, because then it makes A feel like unsatisfying build-up, or it means that C needs to be completely revised. This is a narrative mess in a way that could only be created by trying to do a few too many things at the same time, and was probably thought about so far down the line that it was too late to do anything about it. And maybe there were cleaner ways they could have resolved that, but, like, I at least get that, like, yeah, that probably wasn't going to end up being cleanly resolved at all. Like, this is one of those things that, like, you need to catch early, otherwise, like, you just can't fix it. Like, you don't have the time. And to be fair, some comments that Yoshi P made around the time Dawntrail was coming out, align with that. They were going to be throwing a lot of things against the wall to see what people liked and didn't like. And it definitely feels like they did try to put a lot more things into the narrative. But it meant that the opportunity cost there is in dwelling on some things that either don't pay off too well, immediately pay off, or don't really go anywhere, are even more magnified because there's so much of all of those instances of that. I've been toying around with the idea of doing, like, a really in-depth analysis of Dawntrail, like, you know, sectioning the MSQ and just talking through all of it, because it's such a fascinating mess. Like, I really like a lot of it. But A, I always meet a story where it's at, and I don't begrudge people for, like, falling off part of Dawntrail's MSQ. And B, even if I like it, that definitely does not mean it's, like, structure, the way it plays out, anything like that is something that should continue to happen in the future. Which, you know, 7.4 is leading into a expansion more traditionally now than it has before. Yeah, I've run into some things like that on a small scale with my fanfic writing. Writing is fucking hard, man. Yeah, sure is. I'm refining a fic right now that I'm trying to break up into 3 chapters. And hey, did you know that breaking a thing into 3 smaller parts when you never intended to break it apart in the first place is actually really fucking hard? Who knew? Yeah. Anyway, speaking of the future of the writing, let us begin 7.4. Ooh, with the wins. Alphino has something he wishes to tell you. Okay. Oh. Voiced cutscene immediately? No.
Every day, more and more people regain their memories of their lost loved ones. No longer will beings like Calix be able to manipulate their fear and ignorance as he once did.
Oh, so they're... Hold on. Did that... Okay, I'm forgetting smaller details at the end of 7.3. Was that implied already? Because I kind of understand where this is coming from. But... Huh. Well, yeah, I guess, I guess all the memories were shipped off into living memory, weren't they? That was how they reconstituted... Well, yeah, they got taken through the regulators out of the cloud and stored for the purposes of living memory, so I guess they would still exist. Shit, did everyone get their memories back at the end of 7.3 and I just missed that? Because that's pretty big. Either that or that was just an implied sequence of events that's now happened, but... Okay.
That being the case, Alize and I have come to a decision.
Oh. Should be heading back.
We will depart Tural in the coming days. Other nations must be informed about Alexandria, a necessary step to ensure lasting peace.
Yup.
Then, we shall return to Garlemald. Our experiences here should serve us well in the ongoing restoration efforts.
Yay.
However, one pressing matter remains.
Oh. The relic?
Calix's summoning ritual was tied to a concept of his own creation. Ascian involvement is assured, but we have yet to ascertain the extent of their influence on the Ninth.
Right. Thus, we need to learn about the Ninth to understand whether there was Ascian influence, and if there was, to what extent. Okay.
I have done what I can to treat the enthralled, and those still afflicted with Levin sickness. I may now devote my undivided attention to an investigation.
Yay.
Then we shall leave this one in your capable hands.
Oh, shit. Huh? Oh. Why can you all hear that?
My time in Tural is at an end, and so I'm headed to the harbor now.
Oh.
We'll meet again. Of that I'm certain. Until then, I wish you safe travels.
Oh my god! This is like, oh shit, we still got too many characters around. Alright, the twins are going off. Erenville sends you... I will say, this feels unsatisfying, but this feels like a very Erenville thing to do. It's just like, okay, I'm going now, bye. Like, alright, you don't want to say goodbye to... Alright, I guess he's gone. Holy shit. You could have let me know in time to see you off. Promise you'll look after yourself.
Words of caution from you, of all people.
I can care for people's safety. It's kind of all I do.
Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry to interrupt.
I
But
thought so.
You'd like to know. I've detained the fugitive.
Okay, thank you, Wooklamat.
He promises to tell us before he sets sail, only to try and sneak aboard his boat with nary a hug goodbye. Cold bastard. But there's still time before they weigh anchor.
Awesome. Thank you, Wook. Well, thank you, Lamati. So Erenville's being detained by the...
Boy. We should make for the harbour ere he wriggles free of Lamachi's grasp.
Agreed.
If we're heading the same way, we might join him on the ship. Good company is always welcome on a long voyage, is it not?
Oh, but I wanted to be alone for the first time in... Okay.
What? Now? I haven't finished packing.
Girl, what did you bring?
Knowing you, the essentials are already accounted for.
Fine, if we must. But you're helping pack the rest.
I think that's fair.
And I hope you've decided on a souvenir for Eunice.
I have several ideas as it happens.
Me when I'm trying to do
Ever
Christmas
aligning
shopping.
purpose, if not execution.
Lest you wonder, Kryl and I intend to remain here with Y'shtola.
Sorry, could you...
Continue our study of the key, naturally. By all accounts, Preservation's facility promises to yield some answers.
Shale has been conducting a more thorough examination. She may have insights to share. Then why not invite her along to see everyone off? Surely she'd want to be there too.
Has Shale left Alexandria from what we saw? Did Graha sound different? I will say I don't know if it's my sound balancing, but like everyone did seem a bit softer than usual. There's been internet discourse about it. Oh, isn't there always? I have the real answer if you'd like. Yeah, I'd like confirmation, because like I don't want to be here like, oh, but it doesn't sound like, because voice actors' voices change, you know. If a voice actor hasn't done a role in a while either, like there's a possibility their voice changes as well, like. And also, like, given how popular Jonathan Bailey's gotten recently, I wouldn't even be surprised if he was like, hey, I don't think I could do this anymore. He was recovering from tongue surgery when they recorded this patch. Oh, man. Oh, that sucks. Okay, well, yeah, damn. Speedy recovery to him then, but yeah. That had to have been rough. It comforts me to know that some of you will be staying. I would feel rather bereft should you all go at once. I'm told that Shale is the new leader of Oblivion. There is none better suited to carrying on Kafkiwa and Geode's legacy. Feels like an age since we last met here. Eager as ever, Al Alphino. Do hope he has thought this through, particularly where his sister's wrath is concerned. She may know full well that no amount of complaint will dissuade him, but that doesn't mean she won't still give him an earful. True. Oh, hey, Cookie. We'll see when we get to the train. What news, Aldine? Can't imagine you brought an entourage along to simply say hello. Erenville's leaving without a word, but we managed to get him before he left. They need to be eager to be on their way, are they? I'll join you. I owe them thanks on behalf of Oblivion, after all. And there I thought I would protest against being parted from you. And there I thought you would protest against being parted from your work. While I am curious to see what emerges once every piece of the puzzle's in place, the majority of the files we've files we've unearthed are encrypted. There's little else I can do until the computer's finished with them. It's like a game of them. Yeah, true. Yeah, the Cookie, don't worry about what's on the screen. Yeah, I'm also doing MSQ Cookie, so, like, this is just straight up spoilers. I would be very careful, please. Besides, unlike our friends, Containment Complex 1029 isn't going anywhere. In other words, we won't be getting any answers today. Afraid not. It's going to be a while yet. Then shall we depart for Tuliolol forthwith? Even Lamati's strength has its limits. Without further delay, then. It's fine, just checking in. Alright, no worries. I appreciate it, Cookie. Just, yeah, just... Wait, where are you in 14 again? Is it Stormblood? I forget. Yup. Oh. I need to eat my breakfast. Where is the closest place to... Vibrating in place because my plans to stream have gone away again. Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry. Oh, there go the crafters. Gonna have to go to a family wedding that's about a 4-hour drive away. Oof. That's a shame. But hey, weddings are usually fun, depending on the family, of course. Okay, almost sneezed. Yeah, okay, I thought so. Raha seems preoccupied with a matter of great import. Perhaps he is contemplating a prayer to Limlane for their safe passage? What sort of taco should I get on the way back, do you think? The aroma is too tantalizing to ignore. Foodie Graha tier real. Despite her protestations, I doubt Alizé will keep us waiting long. Wish we had some of this sea breeze inside the dome. We could perhaps simulate it, but there's no substitute for the real thing. Oh god! I just thought of that. Imagine, like, the air inside of, like, a lightning-infused bubble. Like, it just always smells like ozone. Oh. Anything I was looking to stream tonight since I knew at least Luca would maybe be available to tune in and maybe join up. Yeah, fair. I'm all too familiar with family plans stomping all over shit. Tuliolal is a delight to look upon. They hang patterned cloth where we might use neon, but the city feels no less bright. Kona and Gululja weren't able to make it, but both send their regards. Yay. I wish you would not make such a fuss. I am not fond of emotional partings. At least Alfino and Alizé were considerate enough to inform me of their plans in advance by link pearl. Some people, we know, would have burst out of a crate mid-voyage. In any event, I shall wait here until they finish their preparations. Okay. Oh, there they are. No bags in sight.
There they are.
You look well. No lingering effects, then?
Oh. Hang on. That's why the voices sounded softer. Because I had them mixed up.
Ah, I'm hale as ever. And busy with work.
I imagine there's no shortage of...
Our girl is employed.
Are Kona and Gululja faring well?
Kona is off to survey our nation and its peoples. He wants to consult with local representatives and hear their thoughts on our policies. And Gululja's really taken to his training. I feel like he's been spending more time with the Landsguard than me lately.
King baby.
Standing here, I cannot help but remember the day of our arrival in Tuliolal. The rite of succession feels so long ago.
We knew not of what would happen between my father and Zorolja, nor of Alexandria and its queen. It It was to aid a naive claimant that you came to Tural. But you've done so much more for me. For the entire nation of Tuliyola. We owe you a greater debt than we can ever repay. But that doesn't mean we can't try. Whenever you need an ally, we'll stand with you.
You're gonna fucking make me emotional,
Allow me
dude.
to echo that sentiment. Not only were you kind to me when I awakened a stranger in my own land, you extended your grace to Alexandria again and again. And on behalf of myself and my people, thank you for curing the ailment that for centuries tormented us.
I'll look forward to our next visit. I'm sure we'll have exciting stories to share with one another.
Ever since I introduced you to Wuklamat, you've faced no end of hardships. Many of them her fault.
Aaronville, I swear to God, if you continue to be an ass to Wuklamat, I'm going to beat your ass. You ease off on her. Fucking asshole. No worries, Cookie. Have a good one.
Yet I feel no remorse, only gratitude. For without your aid, I would not have had the chance to say goodbye.
Yeah, we'll figure it out, Cookie. Unfortunately, my time in particular is very hard to get a hold of for anyone in the Americas, but we can try. We can try. Yeah.
Nor vowed to explore every corner of the world. To see what we haven't seen. Shall we?
Bye, Aaronville. Bye, Twins. Bye, Cookie. Cookie's getting on that boat too. He's heading back to Stormblood. Booby.
Rest assured, upon arriving, we shall make it a priority to visit Tataru and assuage her myriad fears.
Thank you. Oh my God, Tataru! No,
the sight of you two will be a balm for her worry-laden heart.
has no one sent any correspondence to Tataru? Ah, she's probably busy with her business anyway.
And remember to enjoy it.
Give my regards to Oblivion. And thank you for all you did for my mother.
Come back soon!
Take care!
That was a proper send-off. Now, time to get back to it.
Duty ever calls for she who loves her realm.
Right? Though, if you need a break, you're always welcome to visit Tuliyola. I'll give you the grand tour. I guess they're really over. your adventures in Tural. I'll remember our time together for the rest of my days.
Aha! Power resolve spotted!
Oh.
The Lance Guard is looking for you. It's sparring time!
Oh, good thing you're here then. Can't miss that.
So let's go already! Everyone's waiting to see the Vow resolve in action!
Sorry, I have to go. Till next time.
Government mandated sparring. But you are the government, Mukulmat. Why did you make it? Oh, right.
And thus do they take to the winds.
To follow their own paths and their hearts, as they should.
God, I'm gonna be sad to leave Dawntrail behind. I'm glad I got the chance to see him off. Kafkiwa would be glad too. For our many meetings and partings, we have enough opportunities to properly say our farewells. It was pleasant to take the time for it. Though I delight in companionship, solo journeys too have their appeal, and traveling by sea is relaxing. Yeah, I imagine that's... I hope Erenville isn't too put off by that. With Alice and Alphino spreading word of Alexandria, we shall soon have the chance to establish relations with other nations. I must make ready to treat with their leaders. Now it is our turn to take the next step. The question is in what direction? That is a matter I should like to discuss with you. Yup. Sometimes I do wonder how different the story would have been, or how it could have been handled a bit differently, if, like, Alexandria got fused with the source, like, involuntarily. Or that, like, people were more... Well, I guess they've had, like, years and years to, like, get over it, which is where the time skip kind of makes things a bit weird, but... Again, unpacking and, like, fixing Dawntrail is not, like, an easy task. Through the thunder, Kryl has a proposal to make. If I may, I think it prudent to discuss our future plans elsewhere. We are liable to hinder the dock workers here if we linger. Perhaps the beach would be a more appropriate venue? I mean, yeah, I don't think any of us are dressed for the beach, but...
Tis truly a beautiful place to roll.
An endless ocean and ever-changing sky. First time I saw them, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like I was walking among images from our oldest records. And beyond that horizon are more lands and more people. That one I still struggle to imagine.
We ourselves hail from beyond that horizon, in fact. Rather, most of us do. I merely thought I did.
Oh, please tell me we get Kryl focus.
I can only imagine how it must have felt to learn you're a native of our world. The fact that I wasn't born in the land where I've spent most of my life has taken time to sink in. 'Twas not until I met my parents in living memory that the truth of my origin began to feel real. Your experience is not unlike mine. When first I awoke, the realm everyone spoke of sounded nothing like my own. I had to walk its streets, live and breathe it, before I could accept and embrace my new reality. And for me to embrace mine, I need to learn more about my people, the Milala.
Well, we have an island we've been to, or set of isles we've been to that could give us some information.
More information in the course of studying the key, but as Shale's investigation of the containment complex is still ongoing, would you mind if we sought a different avenue of inquiry into the history of the Ninth?
I have no objection. What we learn will deepen our understanding of the broader picture.
Agreed. My curiosity extends well beyond our duty to assess Ascian influence.
If it is knowledge of the Ninth's past you seek, I have an idea where to begin. Alexandria was originally part of a landmass known as the Mist Continent. This continent had been left in ruins in the wake of the storm surge, with Alexandria the sole nation to survive the devastation. The calamity of lightning that ravaged the world.
Okay, so yeah, calamity did in fact happen on the 9th. But it didn't get...
Aye. Per the sources we recovered from the Underkeep, though the conflict between nations was destructive in its own right, it was Levin that dealt the final blow.
No place was spared its fury, and all was chaos in the castle town. We tried to evacuate the people in airships, Otis, the knights and I, but we couldn't save everyone.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Those who survived gathered within the barrier, and we took in as many foreign refugees as we could. Yet, despite the dangerous environment, our system showed that there were some few souls who ventured outside the barrier, into the lands beyond.
Very curious how we're going to
But we thought that was impossible.
Step back into the 9th. Because one thing that's not been clear is if living memory is in, like... Well, living memory does at least exist outside of the source because of the portal that was used during the Zeralja fight to get the key out of there. And we know that the portal that takes us to living memory connects us to the 9th because that's where Kryle's parents came from. But that particular point in time is hard to know if it came before or after the calamity, but at the very least, it's reasonable to assume it is the 9th.
I was under the impression the star was scoured of life, that man could not survive outside the barrier.
Going by the records, the storm surge extended to every corner of the world. Nothing and nowhere was spared.
And this is also painting a picture of the 9th that is similar to the 13th, in that it experienced a calamity, but it didn't, it similarly had a failure in being brought into the source as a result. Back had to grab another load of crap out of the car. I imagine there's going to be a fair few days of that.
If anyone did survive out there, it would have been an unimaginable trial.
And yet, those people must have been going somewhere. What if there was a refuge? A place that weathered the storm surge and rebuilt over the intervening 4 centuries?
Wrong button.
Given Alexandria's displacement to the source, we had neither cause nor opportunity to survey the remainder of the continent.
Living memory remains physically in the 9th.
Confirmation.
If we seek a means of egress, other than the portal connecting it to Alexandria, perhaps it might lead us to the Mist Continent. Living memory was not transported here despite being atop Everkeep. In which case, it may have been a physically independent space all along.
Jesus Christ, newest girl. That is cold as hell. Okay, so sorry, I need a second to reread this. Living memory was not transported here despite being atop Everkeep. In which case it may have been a physically independent space all along. So it didn't rely on its connection to the land to exist? Like it was like floating in the air or some shit?
Meaning, another point of egress could well exist.
And if it does, someone has to be maintaining it. The mechanical soldiers, for instance.
Yeah, because you need connection. Because when it existed in the 9th...
And see what they know.
Because when it existed in the 9th, there must have been a way to get into living memory from Everkeep. Okay, yes, I see the logic now.
If it please your majesty, will you accompany us? If we do land upon the Mist Continent, I would feel much more assured with you at our side.
7.1 Expert Dungeon. The Haunted... fucking... Showgrounds one. Yeah, the Haunted House one. But no, if I remember correctly, that place was like physically displaced between realms. I think the implication here is that living memory just is able to exist without literally sitting atop Everkeep. And thus, when it, yeah, you do cross the rift, but I think what's being implied here is that living memory is in the 9th, and it wasn't technically part of Everkeep, thus it wasn't moved away. But that implies that when Everkeep was there, to get to living memory, there must have been a physical, within the one realm way to actually get in and out. I think that's what's being implied here. Not that it's like, it's its own bubble in the rift. Well, I guess, no, that's not out of the question, because they haven't gotten into that specificity. So it could either be in a pocket dimension attached to the 9th, or... Well, no, Kryl said living memory is physically in the 9th. I mean, I guess it could exist in a pocket reality within that, that's not crossing the rift so much as it is, like, entering a secret space a la, I forget the name of it. Mysteries of the Realm, the area of the gods that's like, just in its own, like clearly exists, but is not traversable or can be entered normally. There's a couple of options there, but the fact that Kryl straight up says, the Amphilos, that, yeah, I think that was it. The fact that Kryl specifies that it is physically in the 9th means that I would assume that it is within the 9th reflection. Now, obviously, there's still some shenanigans that could happen within one reflection, but it is within that reflection. If I remember correctly, the haunted house was a victim of the transport that flung it into the space between realms. But it has been a minute since I looked at that story, so I could be missing something there. I wouldn't miss it for 2 worlds. I would hate to see you obliterated by some lightning beast. Anything for you, just say the word. Oof. Vevan letting that one slip.
I thought as much. Into the great unknown we go, then.
Yippee! More adventure. I'm kind of surprised they didn't... I'm kind of surprised they didn't save the title drop for right there, actually. That would have been really appropriate. Like, establishing what the mist in Into the Mist is before getting there. Now that's settled, I best be off. I still need to check for decryption errors periodically, so I can only step away for so long. Oh, I feel that. When your primary job is a very high priority task, but you can't step away from it while it's building because you need to check for build errors, and that can just happen sporadically. With luck, I'll have plenty to share the next time we meet. Until then, let the rest of us make for a potential foray and meet at Lano Nemo. Oh, sure. Right back into living memory. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still kind of sad they restored the old music to it. Like, I do think... My only criticism of the way 7.3 ended is that it was just a little too clean. Sphene has found us a suitable source of information, sparing you that duty at once. Though my mind knows better, I still feel uncomfortable around these mechanical soldiers. The atmosphere is certainly less grim than when I last visited. Yeah, it sure is. This clerk has made itself available to answer our questions. Clerk PX0093. If one wished to descend to the surface from here, how would they typically do that? Living Memory is currently detached from Everkeep and is operating independently while supported by its aerial suspension systems. Thus, both lift and lay node-based transit is currently unavailable. I apologize for the inconvenience. Despite its ability to remain aloft, perhaps Living Memory was never intended to function in this state indefinitely. If so, we're out of luck. Would Estrogen have saved Shinji Ikari? Very funny. Not necessarily. Lifts and lay nodes were likely the preferred modes of transportation, but that does not preclude the existence of others. In the event of an emergency, how would we evacuate this facility? Actually, I'm going to give this a nicer voice. Consulting emergency systems. Living Memory's airship remains prepared to deploy should evacuation be necessary. Would your majesty like to appropriate it? An airship? Well, that'll work. Yes, please. As soon as is possible. With your majesty's authorization, the vessel can be readied for launch without delay. Allow me a moment to execute the bypass protocols. Yeah, I was gonna say, what the fuck do you look like me? Safety tests have been successfully completed, setting the Gate of Remembrance as initial destination. Vessels en route. En route, en route. I'm really, really curious to get a look at living memory from the outside. Yeah, don't worry about it. Is that my ship? It was purpose-built for living memory. However, it was modeled after the vessel Your Majesty used during the Storm Surge era. A replica? Still, it does me good to see it. I will deploy the gangway for boarding. This way, please. Oh, that was cute. They showed you getting on without showing you entering the ship. In order to reach the surface, we must pass through the storm clouds. I advise you to brace for turbulence. Jesus. A lot of that stuff was just, like, suspended way above. Wow. Yup. Watch the fuck out. Unless we're not going to see living memory because of the... Oh, yep. Yeah. Yeah, so this is just like the 13th. The Lord Alizé gave me is reacting. Though not to the extent of the 13th, the etheric imbalance here is severe indeed. It does serve to impress upon one the marvel of the barrier. The lightning in Heritage found is tame by comparison. A land where Levin reigns. It's a shame we don't get to see, like, living memory in the sky, but I suppose it necessarily needed to be kind of safe from all the shit down there. Oof. Yup. This is what's left of Alexandria. I wonder if all of this was kind of shafted when it got lifted off. It's sick to see the building foundations in the sky. Yeah, exactly. I assume you're probably a... Do I want to go back? If you would like to return to living memory, it would be my pleasure to run the launch protocols. No, I'm good. That crater was once Alexandria. The state of this reflection's ether is more dire than we anticipated. I should be surprised if the Ascians had no hand in the war that wrought this. The warding scale is truly a godsend for those of us without the blessing of light. Remind me to send my profuse thanks to Vritra and the Harnish alchemists once more. True. Sobering sight, to say the least. I shan't turn back now that we've come this far. Beyond the mountains. Despite the ominous landscape and persistent echoes of thunder, Krile is determined to press on. No structures, nor any sight of any other sign of survivors that I can see. I suspect the crater made this area unsuitable for habitation due to the increased risk of flooding. Then we should look further afield. In which direction do you think we might find a settlement? What about that giant cave behind us? If we're at the edge of Alexandrian territory now, the closest city would be Treno, should it survive. As a city-state built on a harbor, it was a nexus of trade, and it remained neutral throughout the war. We Alexandrians always felt fortunate to have it in our neighborhood, so to speak. Treno mentioned. Not unlike Radzatan. Yes, Alphino has spoken of Radzatan before. It's near the South Sea Isles, the Milala homeland, correct? Oh yeah, I suppose it is. Funnily enough, it was also Treno where the Milala first found a home in our world. Is that right? Truly? Yes. And though the Milala population elsewhere grew, most continue to feel a strong connection to the city. I'd like to think that some remain there to this day. Clerk PX0093. Is this ship capable of taking us to Treno? I shall run a flight simulation for the route to Treno. One moment. Simulation complete. There is near 100% probability that the ship would suffer catastrophic mechanical failure prior to arrival due to ambient lightning. My apologies. Oh. Well, thank you for checking. If we cannot fly, then we shall have to walk. Treno lies beyond the mountains, but there should be routes that spare us having to climb. That cave system, for instance, assuming it hasn't collapsed. Let's try there first. It's kind of funny the Milala came to Treno first, considering the Lalafell reputation in 14. In FF9, Treno has a large wealth disparity between the nobles and the common folk. Ah, you don't say. It's almost like these places are reflections of the source or something. Of late, I've spent much of my time hunched over reports. This trek across a wasteland shall make for a refreshing change of pace. Fucking nerd. Eager though I am to seek new discoveries, the prospect of walking in circles for days on end does not appeal. We are fortunate to have Sveen. The place where my people first appeared, or first arrived. I shall soon see it in person. This tunnel appears intact. Though we have no way of knowing what it's like further in. Mind you, say alert for beasts as well. Given the barren surrounds, they're surely ravenous. Oh, immediate dungeon. Would Isle and Treno a lot as a kid? Love the atmosphere and the music? Hell yeah. Here's a question. What item level do I need for this dungeon? Dungeons. 375. Well, it just so happens I have a solution to this problem. No, what am I? Solution item. Because I have a piece of raid gear I did not cash in yet. and I definitely did that deliberately. No other explanation for that. Arcadian Relic Exchange. 770? Oh my god, we're at 770 gear? Jesus Christ. Boots. Pictor. Oh my god. Never forget you clearing Shadowbringers and immediately slamming into an eye level check for the first time like 20 minutes into the next stream. Yeah, that was a time, wasn't it? Man? Are you good? Oh, crafter. Okay, understandable. Oh, I should probably... Girl, are you good? And then the stream became, how do I tomes for like 2 hours? Yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah, now do tomes, yeah. Alright. We're good. Do I need to go back there to... I probably do, right? I need to go to Living Memory. Which I think is in others? Yes. Yes, both how and now work well. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, oh yeah, I know tomes roughly, but also... there you are. Alright, let's get to it. Intimacy with the party of NPCs. Sorry Ishtola, but you're only DPS. Which means... Yeah. Oh, that's fine. I stand ever ready. No! Shit! Oh, that old FF-esque intro, of the battle theme. I see you, 14. Is this FF9's battle theme? It sounds like it could be. It definitely sounds like an FF battle theme at the very least. Yes, awesome. Go, my Graha. Let's see if I remember how to play this fucking thing. That, and then this. Battle themes. Having not played too many myself, I don't think I actually have a favorite yet. Or at least from the interpretations I've heard through 14. Yo! Graha, go! Graha, please! I forget if this is worth in 2 targets. Or AoE's worth. I can do a quick check, here. 200 per target. No. It's single target then. Electro Mine. Go, my Graha. Go. Go. Thank you. Gotta weave better.
Take that!
Get their ass, Kryl. Who put 2 Pictos in this party? Oh, right. Switch to single on 2 targets. I think healers are the only ones that are consistently use AoE on 2 targets. Me when the PF leader doesn't set the rolls correctly. yeah, real. Go Graha. Oh, wait. Fuck! Oh no, I got 1 in. It's fine. Wait, no, I didn't get that in. What? I thought that... Okay. Painting.
Hold still.
Alright. Boss number 1. Treno Ketoblepus. Oh, blep. Alright, let's go. There we go. Ah. Oh, that's an AoE. I'm stupid. Probably get away from those then. Oh no, just AoE. Light again? Nope. Oh, yep. Oh, they... Yo! Okay. Oh, God.
Hold still.
You know what's funny? I feel like I'm doing this rotation a lot better just freshly coming back to it than when I was actually actively playing it. Really love to stick to this fight concept in the games on the expansions. Yeah. Well, I think it's like really, it's an opportunity to do some cool shit. Okay, wait. Make the caster trudge over. Alright. I see you.
I'll heal you.
Die.
No holding back.
Yippee. Boo! Only materia? I like the Bozja version the best, personally. Was the Bozja version very different? Whoa. Well. Something amiss with that barrier. Yeah, certainly something wrong with it. Derelict railway. Oh! I wonder where the train comes into things. Yeah, the barrier looks a bit messed up. Although, to be fair, this place has probably seen rougher times. Oh my god! Fucking Sonic-ass rail sequence. Awesome. Yippee! Fuck yeah, dude. Ooh. Like, very swampy. Oh! Oh, awesome. There's just random lightning, too. My favorite. Get annihilated, idiot. Oh, actually, we're single target, right? 2 targets. Mostly because that there are more points of interaction because of the people. Oh, yeah, fair. That makes sense.
Allow me.
Do I have the, Oh, no, I think I had a better weapon than the, Arkfeld one. Need, like, 48 player extreme difficulty dungeon boss rush mode. I mean, from what I hear, the tower in OC sounds like it may fit that. Graha, I wasn't ready! I think the difference for me with the Tower and Bozja content is that you can't zombie through it. Oh, yeah. The Tower is, a bit more rough, isn't it? In terms of its requirements. I still haven't done it because it sounded like Savage with a lot of people, and that sounded like hell to me. Although, given the, raid plan, or the strategy board is out now, I do kind of want to give some of this shit a shot. Some of the more difficult stuff a shot. Oh, but that's healing, right? Oh, cool. We're just gonna bust down the front door then, I guess? Maybe? Ow. The content is the most fun when mechanics are chunking people out of existence, but you have a couple of carries, you can pick everyone up and plug in. And the mechanics repeat often enough that you get multiple shots to learn how to do it. Yeah, so like alliance raid style stuff. Would that be accurate? Like, maybe a bit more difficult than the actual Alliance raids, but, like, sort of on that. In that vein. I did the AoE again. Fuck. Just complimenting myself on how well I was doing, and then I just keep messing shit up like that. Go, Microha. Yeah, got it. Did you do the Chaotic raid out of curiosity? Chaotic is a bit too far. Yeah, it sounded like it needed a bit more coordination than what you're talking about, for sure. Okay, so we're going into the city and just beating up all the shit that... Oh, unless this place is being actively invaded right now. What the fuck am I looking at? Amdusius. They've been breached. Okay, so they're under attack. Which is why the barrier looks like shit. Alright, fair enough. What the fuck am I looking at? Okay. I think I needed to be in for that one? Oh, okay, yep. Shapes. We got shapes in here. Oh, it's just an AoE. Okay. Oh, not quite.
No holding back.
Okay. Okay. Let's start here. Yeah, I thought so. Wings are still glowing. Alright. Oh. God damn it. Him. Oh, not too early. Right, I gotta find the in-betweens. Oh, I still got it. Fuck you. Whew. After the dungeon, I have a neat FF9 factoid. It's been hard for me to do raid stuff since 6.0 when the community started linking established strats in doc form in the PF. Pastebin ruined console raiding. Yeah, I can imagine. Well, hopefully this strategy board is, like, huge, then, for that, because there should be no reason to do paste spins anymore. Granted, the strategies still need to propagate, but... Probably do as it did before, rather than something else. Go, my Graha. Whoop. Oh, I still got a thing. Alleviate the console. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. To essentially create parity between the PC and console experiences.
Allow me.
Oh, there they go.
Take this.
Take that!
Go, go, go. Whoa! Ruin 4. We got summoners out here? Well, I mean, yeah. No, of course we have summoners. Go, my Graha. Can't really get a good look around right now. The Jabberwock? Holy shit. Even before that was actually an enemy in FF9. No, I was making a Elder Scrolls reference. Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay, Graha's here. That one came lumbering toward me, I was like, I don't think I meant to be fighting that one. I don't think I meant to be fighting that one. Do I want to use the 2-minute here? Probably not, right? Save that for the, I'm on, my mum on TikTok, the Elder Scrolls. Shut up.
hold still.
Nice to catch a stream again. It's been so busy because of the move. Yeah, well, you know, there are things that are more important than seeing a 14 stream. Or a stream in general. No, I'm glad you did this, girl. It's been too long. And by too long, I mean last weekend? Am I remembering that right? Hi. Survivor of the Storms, Thundergust Griffin. There's been a lot of interesting designs in this dungeon. Not bad, just like a lot of interesting design choices. We ran this way for shelter in grave danger. If we were to fight, this is the best place to do so. Yup. Right? Yep. Oh dear. Yep. You can see a lot of people falling for those ones. Oh shit. Okay, don't. Okay. I'm gonna protect myself only for that one. Yup, I think that was the right choice. Oh god, what is happening? Maybe? Yep. Is there chromatic aberration happening during that? Yep. There it is. Slightly to the side to have a better probably grab a thing here. Yep. Oh, I still have a usage of that. Ooh, this is gonna be a tricky one. Yup.
Brace yourself!
Hold still.
We're probably not going to get another one of those. Oh, we are going to get another one. Fuck. I could have had another 2-minute here. Well, barely. Good dungeon. Not like super impressive or anything, but just, yeah, really solid. Oh my god. I'm gonna assume that's the FF9 victory music as well. Hi, Shaw. Cool. A bunch of stuff I'm gonna vendor. I'm like tearing up. Hell yeah.
And the perimeter is clear. Good work, everyone. And a big thank you to our helpers, whoever you are. Now, we have a tiny bit of clearing up ahead of us. You know what to do.
Our helpers? Were we being watched?
I mean, all of these people are summoners, and we just rolled in with Pictomancers. I think they probably saw.
So, the city endures. And it is in much better shape than expected.
Impressive, considering the destruction without.
Yeah.
The people here must have gone to great lengths to maintain all of this.
Their barrier resembles that of Alexandria, though it is smaller in scale.
Yeah. Fucking Red Mages LB3 going, you think they saw that?
And not quite as effective, if the breach we witnessed is any indication. I fear such incidents may be common here.
Thunderous heavens! It's been years since we've had visitors.
Hi. Is that age lines on a character's face? Dear God, what is happening? They must be 1 trillion years old.
I am Miaili, the mayor of Treno. Allow me to welcome you to our city. And thank you for the assistance with our little monster problem just now. Might I ask your name, miss? Though I have an inkling I know it already.
But of course, I am Sphene of Alexandria.
As I thought. It truly beggars belief. I once heard the strangest of reports from one of ours who went to Alexandria, you see. That despite the intervening years, the Queen had not aged a day. And sure enough, I'd swear you'd stepped out of an old oil portrait mere moments ago. Though you must forgive me if this takes some getting used to. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I look forward to hearing the tale from your own lips.
Boy, have we got a tale for you.
I imagine it won't be an easy one to tell. But please. What happened to Alexandria?
I see. From your perspective, it must have looked as though we were wiped from the face of the star.
One day, we lost all contact with our people in Alexandria. Scouting parties sent to investigate reported that not only the barrier, but Alexandria itself was gone. Nary a stone to mark where it had stood.
What you must have gone through, not knowing what became of us. But know that Alexandria yet survives, albeit in a distant land. Her and her people. I can tell you the whole tale from beginning to end, but first, might I ask your permission to remain in Treno for a time?
Of course you can. You and your companions have already done us a great service, and are more than welcome to enjoy our hospitality. Now, how about we continue this at Town Hall? We needn't keep standing in the middle of the street.
I shall join them. Even with the precautions we've taken, it remains to be seen if Sven's condition will remain stable. I suspect, however, that the rest of you would rather be out and about. Consider this my blessing.
In light of our purpose here, the tour of the city is indeed in order.
I presume you have no objection?
I don't need to hear the story of Dawntrail again, so yeah, I'm good.
With your permission, then. But before we go, allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Cryle, and I hope to learn more of this city and its people. Would it offend if we were to ask a few questions? Perhaps as we work alongside you, aiding you in whatever ways you may require.
You needn't fret. Treno folk are as friendly as they come. As for aid, if you're willing, you might speak with my grandson Lummel. That was his voice you heard earlier. You'll find him serving herbal remedies to the others.
Thank you for your guidance. We shall seek him out first.
Surprise, you're my granddaughter. Or something. Either that or she might just straight up know. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, no, this isn't dungeon. Well, I guess it is the dungeon, but it's got an extra offshoot, potentially, we can walk through. That's cute. I like when they do this. Like, obviously, they don't spend too much time adding areas in the MSQ, because generally all the level design stuff is going to extra content and that. So when they get the opportunity to just, like, build out a dungeon that ends up being a city area or an area you walk through again, it's really smart. I think with that, we'll take a break. Yeah, so far really enjoying it. I like that we're potentially getting some more Cryle focus for a minute. She definitely needs it. And Dungeon's good. It's one of those ones that's like a little samey as you go through it. But like mechanically it was fun to go through, so I expect this will be a decent one to grind, depending on how much I end up doing that. But yeah, when we return, we'll find out a bit more about how the fuck these people survived. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, that took a bit longer than I was expecting. But, had to wash my face, because I realized I hadn't done it this morning. Alright. Time to learn how these motherfuckers survived everything. Pep. Not pop-up. Thunderous Heavens. Koimi. Favorite classes that you use? Good question. Sage, Warrior, Pictomancer, Samurai? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about it. Those are my go-tos, usually. Lumol. Why, if it isn't our new friends! Thanks again for making short work of our foes. If you've gone to the trouble of seeking me out, I can only assume it's for good reason. Well, your grandmother asked. You want to help me? Odd, but I'll consider it. Before anything else, though. I must insist you drink our signature remedy, Sleepless Rhapsody. Everyone's a fan. You may find it the teensiest touch too sour for your tastes, but it'll set you aright. Just tip it down your throat. Yeah, thank you. I know how to drink a thing, thanks. How bad could it be? Awesome description you want to see on the item you're consuming.
Well, what do you think? It's a traditional Malala recipe.
Shower. Delicious. Ugh.
That means it's working.
Oh?
I'm put in mind of the gelatin I had at the studium. Nutritious, they assured me.
Ah, I see. It's that kind of food, huh? I assure you, it's perfectly healthy.
I can relate all too well. It's not unlike the syrup leader used to make. Black as pitch and sour as sin. Though, there's no better cure for fatigue.
You know, Raha, going to bed at a reasonable hour would be the best cure.
What? No. No, that... No. Alright. But I want my energy drinks, Kryl.
I do feel shockingly
You don't
refreshed.
understand. They keep me awake. It's fine. I just drink energy drinks and then I drink like nutrient drinks in the morning. It's fine. It's fine. I just needed the 3 hours sleep.
Perhaps it stimulates the body's ability to process ether and hastens regenerative functions.
Indeed, it does. It also counteracts some of the effects of excess lightning, and helps to calm the nerves besides.
Which is
Damn.
why you serve it whenever there's a breach in the barrier.
Our Malala ancestors came from the lushest of lands, so they developed all sorts of natural remedies. We strive to carry on their traditions.
How the hell do you manage to do that here, though?
And I'm sure you see why. Really hits the spot, doesn't it? Now, welcome to Treno.
I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? Fuck. Damn it. Well, I'm Lummel. That was me announcing our victory earlier, and since Grandmother sent you to help with repairs, you'll know I'm her grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any problems the people of Trenno may have. My favorite kinds of work include taste-testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, searching for lost possessions of immense value. Oh, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yep. I see. Yep. Sweet. Lummel is not yet ready to release you to the sweet meditations of manual labor. Yes, the repairs. Are you certain you want to be put to work? If you've come all the way out to visit us, you must have had more important things in mind. You've already helped protect the city. Well, I mean, yeah, we did, but at the same time, like, you know, Sphene and the mayor need to be caught up on events that's happened, and that is, like, 4 centuries of thing to catch up on, so they're gonna be talking a while. Like, we got the time. Actually, our goal was to ascertain the present state of the Mist Continent. The whole continent? Did you come from across the sea? A sea? Not exactly. We've come from Alexandria. Alexandria? Are you quite sure? No, sorry, of course you're sure. It would be rude of me to doubt you. It's not every day that we get visitors, let alone from a nation that up and vanished. I know that it must come as something of a shock. This is our first time in Trenno, and we should like to get to know the city and its people. That is why we propose lending a hand to those in need. I see. In that case, why don't you help distribute this remedy to the rest of our people? Ordinarily, everyone would have already come from a cup, but the fiends made quite a mess this time. Might be a while before some can step away from their work. Never fear, though. Even if their hands are busy, they'll be more than happy to spare a few words for fascinating folks from afar. We would appreciate that. Thank you, Lummel. Oh, you're the ones doing me a favor, honestly. Yeah, take this batch. I'll deliver some to Town Hall, so you can attend to areas you haven't seen yet. At some point I really gotta try and, like, work on, like, voice acting and things. Not even, like, as a profession, but just, like, if I'm gonna be doing these streams and, like, talking as characters, I should probably have a better way of, like, replicating voices and that. What are you both looking at me for? Like, Miali? Oh, I already forgot how her name is pronounced. Lummel seemed taken aback by the mention of Alexandria. Perhaps they had friends or loved ones who disappeared along with it. If we split up, we can spend more time speaking with the locals while ensuring everyone receives the remedy promptly. Could you each take a portion? Of course, I haven't had my fill of conversation yet. Rest assured that I can handle pouring liquid into a cup. I too should be glad to dole out a few servings. Wonderful. Let me divide this up. Aldine, why don't you make rounds of the southern part of the city? Raha and I shall tend to the north. Right, let's go and acquire some insights. So maybe I'll leave that thought for after I talk to people. Oh, you must be one of those visitors Lummel mentioned. Odd place to be visiting, though. A grounding herbal remedy formulated to ameliorate the effects of lightning exposure. Guaranteed to free weary townsfolk of their torpor. Pure earth ether. Oh, you came to deliver the remedy. Oh, thank you kindly. I was holding beast carcasses in for processing and copped a good dose of discharged energy for my troubles. It brought on the Levin sickness, something fierce. Still, we don't go hunting outside the barrier, so we don't want to waste any part of the creatures that find their way in. Pelts that are highly charged with lightning ether are the most valuable, of course. Tan them with the right stuff, and you can turn them into protective clothing that keeps you from getting zapped. The beasts you felled will all be put to good use. Thanks again. Right, I was just thinking... Well, so I guess that explains, like, immediate concerns, like, you know, how are they getting food and things like that? It's like, well, sometimes monsters run in here and... Oh. She disappeared. And so, yeah, things breach, they kill them, and then obviously just have to use a lot of them, because they don't go outside to... Oh, there she goes again. They don't go outside hunting. Because, like, yeah, like, even if they did go outside, like, A, dangerous as hell, B, what the fuck is even out there that wouldn't be, like, drawn to the city like a magnet, you know? You're that mighty monster say I saw earlier. It's an honor. Have an energy drink. And you've brought Sleepless Rhapsody. Ah, bless you. I'm dead on my feet after that battle. We don't usually have that many beasts breaking through at once. Practice keeps one's skills sharp, though, so in a way I'm glad for it. I learned a thing or two from watching you. Oh, I can hardly wait to get to work on my grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improved geometries. The thoughtful application of new learning is what keeps our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. Would have been really good flavor to actually come through here as summoner then. Also, interesting that they've got the 2 different door heights. Huh. Or 2 different door sizes, rather. Curious. Diligent inspector. Well, there's a fresh face if I ever saw one. What's that in your hand? A drink for you. Oh, don't mind if I do. Safety inspections take priority, but the battle doesn't feel over until I've had a cup of Sleepless Rhapsody. Reminds me of old firehouses. Oh, yeah. Proud to say that I have some small part in preparing it too. The herbs come from my very own growaway. One of the greatest discoveries of our time is that seeds carried in by invading creatures can be cultivated into remarkable plants. Plants with the potential to mitigate the lightning's effects. And with as many hides as we have this time, not to mention stomachs, it's entirely possible we'll find new varieties of herbs among our harvest. Oh! So, like, literally picking through... Yeah, oh my god, that's actually really... That's a really smart way of, like, making that possible. Because, like, there are a lot of plants that basically survive and spread seed by having animals carry them. Now, in some cases, that's because they're consumed and then, you know, shat out elsewhere. Probably ends up in the ground at some... Or there's a good chance that ends up in the ground. The seeds don't get fully digested. Or survive enough to be able to actually grow. And some of them actually do just get caught on things. Like, there's a lot of, what's the thing I'm thinking of with, like, the spiky little shits? Some plants have those kinds of seeds that, like, stick to clothes, or just get carried on the winds and end up in things that are shifting around, like... Yeah, fuck, that's actually really smart. And obviously, in this situation, they need to be very, very diligent, diligent, in getting the most they could out of things. So, like, finding seeds in the animals that are end up attacking. Yeah, damn. Damn, I didn't even think of that. And I guess, yeah, over enough time and with enough, like, you know, dedicated effort, you get a smattering of seeds from animals, that, and especially in an environment that is already blasted in that, the plants would probably lean towards methods of, like, surviving via animals eating them and getting stuck to hides and things like that, rather than the more, like, just spreading it in the immediate area, because there's no guarantee that's actually going to work. Huh. Yeah, that's really cool. Oh, there she goes again. Well, they, I guess. Because that was at the forefront of my mind. It was just like, okay, so, like the dome, there's obviously a lot of ways you can, there's a lot of ways you can use the ambient ether to power machinery that can help you survive. Then there's just how are you eating and drinking, and how are you, creating medicines and things like that. And it sounded like within the dome there was already a pretty well-established system, as well as more room to actually do that. This place is, like, heavily built up, though, and the barrier does not give too much space to have, like, big farmlands and things like that. Back more unpacking. Welcome back, newest girl. I was just talking about the little, like, the way they've established that this place survives by, like, beasts try to invade the Treno, kill them, and then basically use, like, all of their, like, meat, bones, hide, all that stuff for materials and food, and then they also, like, find seeds on their hide and stomachs, because plants in a blasted environment like the Ninth are probably leaning towards the sort of plants that, like, have very hardy seeds that don't get digested or will stick to something. And the Treno use that to cultivate plants that they otherwise would have to leave the dome to get. It's really clever. That's a really clever setup. Between the three of us, we ought to have covered every area aside from Lummel's. One of the people I spoke with asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned yet. In the meantime, shall we discuss what we've learned? I have a lot of trouble keeping Kryle's voice distinct.
I appreciate your thoroughness in recounting the details.
You got the massive nerd talking about this shit, like,
I too learned much, as I helped to treat the injured's wounds. The Malala's curative magics appear identical to Spheen's. This means that either her tutor was a Malala as well, or that the art had spread all throughout the Ninth. Then there are the symbols and tomes, which are highly reminiscent of Arcanima. If these elements indeed originated with the arcane geometries of the South Sea Isles, as in the source, 'tis curious that they have developed in so similar a manner on this shard.
Mind you don't share that with any other graduates of the Faculty of the Arcane, lest they beat you to publication.
Did you learn aught of note, Raha?
I spoke with one of Treno's storekeepers about how they obtain their supplies. Though they are few and far between, other settlements yet exist on the Mist Continent, with a rail system facilitating the flow of goods between them.
Anyone else hear a train? Oh, maybe that's just me.
Unfortunately, barrier breaches trigger an emergency failsafe on the main line, so the train is presently stopped at a midway point until operations can resume. There are also maritime routes, but they see only occasional use. Often, as now, Treno must make do with what is to hand.
Okay, so they still have the ability to... There are other settlements. They are far apart. Travel
in addition to this
tough.
constant state of scarcity, much of Treno's populace suffers from Levin sickness, not to mention the frequent attacks on the city and the resulting casualties. Yet everyone we've spoken with seems undaunted by these hardships. They are not only surviving, they are happy in spite of it all.
Where there is life, there is hope. And when one believes in a better future, a tomorrow even the slightest bit brighter than today, there is naught to be done but build it. Until, stone by stone, the city rises.
Aww.
A noble city with noble purpose.
Oh. Buddy? Are you good?
Is aught the matter, Lumel?
Lumel?
I think I've dropped something and now I can't find it anywhere. I'm doomed.
Huh?
Oh, is it this by chance? While I was distributing the remedy, I was asked to pass it along to you.
Oh, how convenient.
Yes! That's it! Yes! I'm not doomed.
Why? Don't stop saying Doom. Stop saying Doom right now.
Is that a tracking device?
I'm getting nervous
You have
now.
a keen eye for technology. This thing picks up on the ether of the creatures that get through the barrier.
Oh, okay.
That explains how you knew when they'd been vanquished.
Exactly. It shouldn't show anything now, but I can switch it on like so.
Uh-oh. Click it again. Oh, shit.
No, she's going to kill me!
Now he's doomed.
Say, how'd you like to meet my sister Ayane? She's an electro engineer, so she knows all sorts of interesting stuff.
I take it she also built that device.
Oh yes, that's my sister. She's a genius. Everyone says so. And she won't kill me in front of other people. Probably.
Yeah, I was waiting for something like that.
I mean, wouldn't it be interesting to watch her work? Maybe you can even help. It'd be, you know, edifying?
Please don't leave me alone in a room with her after I broke her gadget.
Please! I beg you! Please!
Incredible.
I suppose that's that then.
Cryo, is this what dealing with the twins was like in the Arcadium? I get the distinct impression it might not have been far off. To work. Lumel is vibrating with nervous energy. At the moment, Iyani should be waiting just past that park. Let's be off before anyone changes their mind. Okay. Is this the other? Oh no. Still haven't gotten to that area that's opened up there. Oh, the FF9 factoid. Yes! Yeah, we didn't get to that. Lumel is sweating rather profusely. Whenever we meet an engineer from some distant land, I can't help but wish to introduce them to our friends at the Ironworks. Such a firestorm of questions there would be. Oh yeah. Breathe in, breathe out. Oh boy. Oh my god, she's got Bevern's hair.
Thanks for lending a hand earlier, but what brings you here?
What did you do?
Lummel, what did you do?
Oh, you can't keep doing this to me, game.
You know that, advanced monster tracking, what's it? It may be a teeny tiny bit,
You broke it again?
Again? In FF9, the weapon shop in Treno has optional boss fights, and all the bosses in the dungeon are the bosses you fight there. Oh, neat. That's cool.
How many times must I tell you that we're running low on electrope? I'm an engineer, not a bloody miracle worker.
Yep, do it. Yes.
I'm on my knees and everything, see?
Oh, fuck. Good music for this, honestly.
And since we have guests, can't you let it slide? Just this once?
I need him to meet Kokol Dankol.
He dragged you here just so I wouldn't tan his hide, didn't he? You'd never believe he's the elder sibling. I'm so sorry.
Oh! Oh, wow. Okay, well...
Please, don't be. We're glad for the opportunity to meet you. And Lummel mentioned that you might have some work we could assist with.
There are guests, Lummel, not servants. Must we have the manners talk again?
Please don't misunderstand. We asked to help, that we might learn what life is like in Treno.
Oh, Lumel's really a number, isn't he?
And with your expertise, we also hoped you could tell us more of how the city utilizes electrope.
If that's the way of it, then I'd be happy to share what I know.
When you spoke earlier, it sounded as if Treno had little electrope to spare. It's difficult to procure, I take it.
Wasn't there a mine earlier in the... Well, I guess that's well outside the dome, isn't it?
We never have as much as we need. And much of what we do have is repurposed. You'll find me digging through the scrap heap whenever some vital device or another breaks down. Repairing that old barrier should be our highest priority. But we just don't have enough electrope on hand to do a proper job.
And the longer we go without access to the mine, the worse it'll get. If only we could scare those beasts away.
Sorry, I just had a slightly unrelated thought. Newest girl. What if the next expansion is basically Thunder Hell? Like the next expansion is actually a prolonged stay in the 9th, specifically to piece together what happened with, or what happened, with the Ascians. Can't we get beyond that? Ah, can't take you anywhere. God. I mean, we can do that.
Did we not pass through a mine on the way here?
We sure did, Kryl. Indeed, and it should be clear of hazards now.
You got rid of them? Just like that?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
The mine is safe for mining again?
Let's... We cleared out everything that was there. Like, I don't know how quickly the place repopulates, so it's...
Leave the mining to your big brother. All you have to do is fix the tracker.
Oh.
Yes,
Okay.
very well. If you go, do be careful.
This is where the train comes in, I
And once you get the
imagine.
machinery up and running, make sure to send some electrobe over to the barrier service station.
Hey, you're a whistle.
Though we've cleared the mine, there is no telling what else waits outside the barrier. Shall I accompany you?
I'm so glad you asked. Seriously, I don't know what I'd do if I had to go alone.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, because fuck that, I'm not going out there myself.
As we did pass through but recently, I expect Raha can keep him safe without our help. In the meantime, shall we assist Ayane with her repair work?
That sounds good. Thomas will remember this. Shut up. He can't hear me. It's a lie made up by Big Train to stop us worrying about the Doom Train. They put one in mind of another pair of siblings we know, don't they? Oh, yeah. I entirely forgot to ask your names. Do forgive me. I am Kryl, and this is Aldine. Hello. I'm 7 foot. Accompanying Lumel is Grahatia for our own technology enthusiast. It's lovely to meet you. Feels strange putting you to work, but I'd be lying if I said I don't need the help. Doom Train is a hoax by Lindblom. True. In the wake of an event like this, I presume a great deal of labor is required to restore everything to working order. The volume of fixes that need making is one matter, but I could handle it if it weren't for these legs of mine. The paralysis flares up at the worst times, I swear. Oh. Is that a lightning sickness thing? I can manage a bit of shuffling from one station to the other on a good day, but I usually leave racing around the city to my brother. With him off to the mine, though, someone else needs to take care of the lightning sprites. They're drawn to the discharged ether of slain creatures. I'd offer you the detector to make tracking them down easier, but seeing as Lumel has managed to break it yet again... I do have this, though. Toss some at a sprite, and you can suppress its ability to sense ether nearby. That usually gets them wandering out of the city towards more fertile ground. So we needn't fight them? We find her it's safer not to. When threatened, they'll siphon energy from facilities we need to keep our medical services running, or burst and overload nearby systems. For the same reason, I recommend you stick to thoroughfares that will allow you to spot them well in advance. I would hate for you to be injured while helping us. Understood. Want to split up again to cover more ground? Are you ready to go? Yeah, I should be good. I hope they do Burmecia while we're doing FF9 sightseeing, the City of Eternal Rain. Well, I mean, this is a perfect place for it. Or perfect atmosphere for it, I guess. I appreciate the help. I'll be here working on the detector while you're away. Oh. Vantage point. Though you scan the area thoroughly, you see no lightning sprites. Okay. Though you scan the area thoroughly, you see no lightning sprites. This arrangement of the Trenno theme is an interesting take. Is it very different, or... Still nothing. Oh. Never mind. Oh. A lot of them. Lightning sprites. Time to test your tossing arm has arrived. Sorry? My what arm? Oh, my... yes. Tossing. Right. Yeah. No. Yep. It's a bit a fuller soundscape. I see. Well, yeah, I suppose, like, the closer adaptation would be, on something a little... Yeah. Sorry, you said it better than I was explaining it. Bye-bye. Former music major. I can tell. I haven't done anything music related since, like, high school. Kind of dropped keyboard and clarinet after a while and lost a lot of the language that actually would be neat to still have in the old brain, but yeah. You don't exercise it and it doesn't stick around, unfortunately. I can tell you a lot about software engineering, though. Like it's my job or something. You're back. Were there many sprites? Just a handful on your route, then. Could be worse. Still, it's important to keep the city free of them. We're much obliged. Yay. In her heart, Yanni, seems concerned for Kryl. Oh? Kryl is taking a while. Being new to the city, if something were to happen, she wouldn't know where to go for help. Would you check in on her? Would you check on her? She started off in the direction of the town hall. Oh. Yup. Oh, don't do that. Though there are several diminutive folk around, none appears to be Kryl. Perhaps one of them spotted her passing through. Good idea. Hi. You seen Kryl? She's wearing a non-copyrightable hoodie. You're looking a mite lost there, lad. Aught I can help with? Have you seen a woman in a yellow hood? I presume you mean Kryl. Had a grand old chat with her earlier. Not to mention she saved my hide. Can't believe I missed that lightning sprite till it was right on top of me. It's thanks to her I got out unscathed. Oh. Sorry, hold on a second. I'm just getting a call that I actually need to take. I'm back. Yeah, just had some Christmas plans to get in place. Alright. Let's get back to finding Kryl, and hoping she didn't wander off looking for more sprites to attack. A bit awkward striking up conversation after that. And it had been a while since I talked to anyone I haven't known my whole life. She's a kind lass, good at putting folks at ease, like Miali. I quite enjoyed telling her about the city. When we were done chatting, she went off towards the canal. Had a touch of melancholy about her, though, and I wasn't sure why. What did you talk about? Didn't think it was something I said, but I knew that if it was, saying more wouldn't help, so I let her go. I reckon she'd welcome the company of a good friend right now. Oh. Kryl? You doing good? You just gonna stand there, or?
Ah, were you looking for me? I only intended to sit down for a moment, but I must have lost track of time. Will you lend me your ear?
I've been dying to, Kryl.
The source, and the ninth. Someday I will have to decide which one to call home. The thought has lingered like a storm cloud in my mind. I've tried to ignore it, remind myself that we have more important matters to contend with. But I cannot keep drifting between these worlds forever. When I first learned the truth of my past, I assumed it would have no bearing on my future. The source was my home, and the students of Baldessian my purpose. But after meeting my parents, it struck me that to simply choose the source would be to abandon them. And not only them, but a home I could have loved, had my life gone as it should have. That is why I had to learn more of this place, and the me I could have been.
I don't know if this would be perceived that way, but I would prefer to just let her get it all out and not ask too many questions.
But the more I learn, the less certain I become. Though we are strangers to them, these people have welcomed us as if we are their own. It's like speaking with old friends. And knowing now the challenges they face, what would it say about me if I just left them behind and returned to the source? Is that who I am? Who I was meant to be? Or is this where I belong?
God, I wish we got more of this in the fucking .0. Thank you for listening. A little less afraid to face the answer now, whatever it may be. And when I find it, I hope you'll be there. But we've kept Ayane waiting long enough. Let's hurry back. Generally, I did really like the way that, like, say, Wuklamart and Dawntrail really is going to be Stormblood 2.0. Yeah, probably. Like, the idea that the people you grow up with are the people who are your parents, right? Like, where Wuklamart can, like, acknowledge her father, her biological father, as, like, important to her, but she was raised and grew up with other people, right? And in some ways it makes sense to, like, show a mirror to that, where Kryl is actually torn between those things. Because neither of those answers is necessarily the right one, right? Some people can feel tied a bit to the legacy of the people that raised them, or the legacy of the people that birthed them. Those two people aren't often the same, and it can be tough to kind of decide between those things. You know, as someone that hasn't personally gone through something like that themselves. But one thing I do hold regardless is that there's a lot to be said about the people that actively raise you, or that you actively find community with, that can transcend those things, and those things more often being more important, in my opinion. But I am curious which side of this Kryl will end up on. Because, like, I really hate for her, narrative-wise, for her first foray with the Warrior of Light to end up with her, like, staying in the 9th, and then Kryl's gone now. Like, you know, kind of given, not the least treatment, but just, like, yeah, this character's kind of retiring from, like, actively working with us. It makes sense in some ways, but I feel like I would be disappointed if things ended with Kryl here. I'm glad you're both back safe and sound. Now, we can relax until my brother does the same. With your friend escorting him, he can't get himself into too much trouble. Unless he tumbles down the stairs into town again, I suppose. Again? Does he do this frequently?
That reminds me. The structures near the barrier all seem to be designed for Milala. Is there a reason that those in the center of the city are so much larger?
Oh yes. The center is the oldest part of Treno, built by the Hune and the Eldite before the Milala came.
So Treno predates the Milala's arrival?
The mayor at the time was kind enough to take our ancestors in, and gave them leave to establish their own residential quarter.
Yet I have seen naught but Milala since we came to the city.
Yeah.
Where did the other peoples go?
Alexandria. In the closing days of the Storm Surge, when death and destruction were everywhere, they believed it would be safer. Treno didn't have a barrier at first, you see. But one of our industrious brethren had served as tutor in the royal household, and returned to us with knowledge of the barrier's design. It's thanks to him that the city survives to this day.
Might I ask a more personal question? We previously uncovered some records pertaining to the Milala's past. In them, it was written that the Milala left their paradise of eternal summer when a great calamity froze their isles. Understandably, all were not content to leave their homeland behind. Some attempted to return using the same power that had brought them here, but they found the way closed to them. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety. Tell me, were that golden path to open once more, and you were to find the Milala homeland restored to its former glory, would you go back?
I'd certainly like to see that paradise of eternal summer for myself. Who wouldn't? But it wouldn't be going back. After all, my one and only home is here. Treno, this run-down, beat-up, beautiful city.
You truly love it, don't you?
Do you know what the speaker said when the Milala came to this place? O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. We never forgot those words. Not my ancestors, nor my grandmother, nor my brother and me. That boundless optimism, that communal spirit, that is Treno. No matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Nowhere else you'd rather be. Perhaps it really is as simple as listening to your heart.
I guess the big question is whether it's that straightforward for Kryl or not. Kryl is speculating as to the cause of your ally's delayed return. Yeah, this is good shit. I wish there was just more of it earlier on. Earlier, you said that your brother couldn't get into too much trouble if he was with Raha, but how much trouble is that precisely? One would think they ought to have returned by now. Oh. Conversely, I hadn't expected to see the two of you again so soon. I take it Miali's curiosity is sated? For the moment. I gave her a brief account of the situation in Alexandria, as well as events involving the key. She was most interested in the latter. In fact, it seems she knew of the relic long before we did, and wishes to discuss it with everyone. Would you be able to join us? Okay. I should love to go straight away, but we are awaiting Raha's return. As we speak, Miali herself is making her rounds through the city. We have time. Okay. Time to stand around and wait. Toward trouble. Oh boy. I'm sure they'll be here any minute. Well, actually, wait, before we do that. Wasn't certain if we should divulge any information concerning the key, but Alexandria's present location is difficult to explain without mentioning it. Fortunately, it turned out for the best. So far. I have a mind to re-establish diplomatic relations with Treno, but it goes without saying that there are logistical challenges given our respective locations. The least of these is that any travel would require passage through Tural to begin with. I shall have to consult with Gossan and the Vow of Resolve. Wait, through Tural? Oh, right, because we used... Yeah, we came here from Living Memory, which ends up in Yaktural. Yeah. Alright. I'm sure they don't have a train on their heels or anything.
We're back! The mine is in working order, I'm pleased to say.
Oh.
Electrope is being delivered for the barrier even as we speak.
Have you two finished regaling the mayor?
We have. Though she has her own story to tell. Of the key, in fact. We thought you might like to join us at the...
This is an evacuation alert. All citizens, please proceed to emergency shelter. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelter. The Doom train is approaching. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelters.
The what?
The Doom train. Wasn't that one of Lindblom's weapons of war? You know of it.
Oh good, a second one. Well, actually, I guess the
I've never seen it
final
myself,
boss of
but
thingy.
according to Zelenia, it was an armored vehicle used to transport war beasts to the front. In order to prevent them from running wild ere their deployment, a powerful arcane entity was housed in the engine.
The end of the war didn't slow it one bit. Quite the contrary. Fueled by lightning ether, it's been speeding across the continent ever since. The Doom train and its beasts bring death and destruction everywhere it goes. It's a veritable calamity on rails. It passed near Treno some years ago, claiming many lives, including our parents. I must go and repair the barrier as swiftly as possible. Without it, we haven't got a chance.
You can't be serious! You'll never finish in time, and you'll be right in its path.
I have to try. For Treno.
Yane, no!
Hey, we should help.
It seems my services are required once more.
Our services, Raha.
I'll go with you. Perhaps my knowledge of Electrope will be of use.
Oh, right. That in particular. I can beat up a
I wish I
train.
were a fighter like you two. Keep her safe, will you? Please?
Oh, but,
While destroying the Doom train would be preferable, we should seek to delay its advance at the very least.
You can't be thinking of fighting it head-on. That's madness.
Well, now I have to do it. We have no other choice.
If your mind is made up, there may be a way. There's a freight depot not far from us. We can use the train that stopped there.
Raha mentioned that before, did he not?
The Doom train will have to pass through the depot to reach Treno. And since the evacuation alert was only just triggered, we might be able to reach it first.
So, we commandeer this freight train, match our speed to the enemy's, and use it as a platform from which we launch a sustained counteroffensive. Is that your proposal?
It'd be better than trying to smash the bloody thing before it runs us all over. And if it might save Yane, I'll do whatever it takes. Let me drive the train. That will leave you free to concentrate on the fight.
Sounds good.
Lomel.
I need to grab a few things. Meet me by the gate.
Oh, hi, Stoller. It is not in our nature to stand idle at a time like this. We should first consider how best to apply our individual skills. If anyone can stop a speeding weapon of war, it is Aldine. We must also recognize the threat posed by its company of beasts. Its influence is so powerful that even as it barrels ahead, enthralled creatures continue to follow it, then the train may well gather additional minions as it draws near. There is no telling how many will charge Treno's gate, so we should prepare for the worst. Perhaps Y'shtola and I ought to remain on guard here. I'm inclined to agree. Aldine, while you remove the head of this metal serpent, we will attend to the defense of the city. Alright. Among other things, we must do what we can to ensure the citizens get to shelter before the fighting begins. Godspeed. Now we go find... Yep. And they've gotten a lot of use out of this dungeon's area. God damn. We still don't know what's all the way over to the right here. Or over on the west. Hey. Right. The place we're headed is the Bentini Depot. Although Treno has its own railway station, our assailants from earlier left it in need of significant repairs. Thus we'll be taking a hover cargo. Oh, good. My friend here has volunteered for the mission, and yes, I did explain the dangers. Cargo's equipped with a portable barrier, and frankly, I'm great at my job. I guarantee our safety during the ride, but what happens once we get to Bentini? Oh, that's your problem. It certainly is. Let me know when you're ready to move out. Motherfucker can barely fit in the frame. Awesome. Where we call home. Lumel is resolved to meet the Doom Train head-on, but would prefer to depart before he can think about it any longer. Ready? Then our fearless operator will help you aboard. We make for Bentini with all haste. I'll have us there in a flash. Do keep any limbs you're attached to and would like to remain attached to inside the vehicle. Yep. Let's go. Let's go beat up a fucking train.
This is it. You'll be riding that flat car at the rear of the train.
This is it.
I'll be all the way at the front, pushing her as fast as she can go. The Doom Train moves at breakneck speed. If we're too slow, it will plow right through us. Speaking of which, we'd best get underway before it does just that. Don't forget you're fighting for Ayane. For all of Treno.
Hell on Rails. God, that's a good name for an encounter. Forged by the Kingdom of Lindblum as the war hurtled toward its inevitable conclusion, the Doom Train is a masterful fusion of arcane life and cold steel. With no battlefields left to besiege, it and its cadre of war beasts roll back and forth across the continent, devastating its surviving settlements. Now, it approaches Treno at speed, and to derail it will require the great strength and great recklessness possessed only by the Warrior of Light. Uses its FF8 design, right? Well, we saw a picture of it earlier, so... yeah. Oh, hold on. Oh, double Sage. Sure. Let's go for the other one, then. Alright, we might be here a minute. Very, very curious to learn what the mayor knows about the key. Like, something that's in the back of my mind at the moment is that because we know, because we know that, oh yeah, the other one's already gone. We're the only one left. Cool. We know that the... Oh, fuck. What was the name Calyx used for the group? Calyx said a noun to the Ascian that appeared at the end of 7.3. Tell our colleagues in the... Oh, the Winterers, that's it. So, like... There's no conclusive evidence who or what the Winterers are, where they would be, but, like, given that we're coming close to the beginning of a new expansion, I do wonder if we will encounter one of these people. And, you know, potentially divulge information we probably wouldn't have said if we knew who they were. Man. Who knows? Interesting that... Oh, they probably joined with, someone who is gathering. Or non-combat. Let me... There we go. Let's see if I can get on the crane arm. While we wait. Every time I hear Doomtrain, I think of the FF6 version. Fair. It's a version of it I imagine a lot of people think of, to be fair. Can't quite jump. Yeah, parkour. It's not really working well. I don't think I quite have enough height. I don't think I can jump on, no. Which means I couldn't jump on there. Grew up playing 8, so this is the one I think of first. Yeah, I feel like it's... I'd actually be curious, like, of the general public, which Doomtrain do people think of first? Because for me, it's definitely... It'd probably be FF6's. Because of the suplexing the train bit. But then again, the design isn't, like, solidified enough for me that I wouldn't think of the FF8 Doomtrain. And I know I've seen animation. I know I've seen the summoning animation of the FF8 Doomtrain. Maybe I would think of the FF8 one, actually. One of my first exposures to Final Fantasy, at least, like, you know, beyond when I was, like, a little kid and, you know, someone had a PlayStation 1 with the shit on it, or with some Final Fantasy on it, would have been a review of FF8, if I remember correctly. Grew up in the PS1 era, you'd think of FF8 Doomtrain. Yeah, I suppose. If you didn't grow up on either, you'd think of Suplex Meme first. I think that makes sense, yeah. We do have 2 tank spots, right? Yeah, okay. Alright. They didn't fuck it up that badly. Now, hopefully this herbalist doesn't turn into a sage, and then I immediately regret not getting into that first party. But yeah, like, in fact, it would have been, yeah, no, it would have been, the Spoony One's review of FF8, which, in hindsight, did a lot of damage to the way I actually perceive, games. I think the not the angry video game nerd himself, but the people trying to be the angry video game nerd definitely spawned a a style of reviewing that was not as... I loathe that series of videos so much. Yeah, I can definitely see why. I still have nostalgia for it just because, like, I watched it so much. But, like, especially looking back at how he, well, how a lot of people, so much of it is so bad faith. It is funny. Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Is, like, a lot of the times it happens, everyone has to jump in the bandwagon. Well, yeah, but I guess the problem is that, like, Angry Video Game Nerd, I think, was, like, very, very, like... It was definitely tongue-in-cheek and parody to some degree, but then a lot of people who shared opinions like that definitely jumped on it. Like, Spoony actually started off a bit closer to that in terms of, like... I think that one of the first games he reviewed was, like, Bayou Billy for the NES. And that one, it was a lot more like, oh, yeah, okay. But the longer that bit went on, I think the less... It was less clear whether he genuinely believed it or not. And that's the problem with, like... poor, like, parody or, what's the name of, the movie Angry Video Game Nerd guy? The Nostalgia Critic? The one that the nerd fought a lot with? Yes, yeah. Yeah. Funnily enough, I didn't actually watch any Nostalgia Critic until, like, very late in that series' life. Let's not talk about that. Yeah. There's a lot worse shit going on, right? Didn't you go crazy or something? The long and short of it is that the organization around the Nostalgia Critic, was, abusive and shit. And I mean, like, fucking terrible. I'm not talking regular corporate shit, I'm talking fucking terrible. And then he honestly kind of just fell off. His whole shtick was, his whole shtick was definitely going off a little bit, but it's become very clear that he's just a very incurious person, very incurious about media and doesn't really read into things well, but still considers himself a, like, a really good critic, and that creates a dissonance that's hard to rationalize. But yeah, like, at the end of the day, a lot of people were done with, that guy with the glasses.com's bullshit, and they all basically left, which left Nostalgia Critic behind, and then, the core people of the company behind, headed by, well, more or less headed by Doug. And then they've done several things, like, including a crowdfunding thing that just completely fucking flopped, and now they're basically trapped in doing the Nostalgia Critic for the rest of, just to be financially, viable. There's a lot to go through there. Oh, hello. Oh, fuck. I missed the drop, I think.
Where it is now! I'm counting on you!
Alright, music kicks ass so far. Oh, okay. Okay. Noted. Unlimited Express? Oh god.
The black car! Turret!
Okay.
Good luck!
Yup. Yup. Hopefully this square would actually help me, yeah? Yup. Sure will.
Not again! You almost got down! Use the transport panels to get up there!
Alright. Yeah, absolutely. Get down. No, shit! Slow again.
How many times are you going to do that?
I'd say at least 2 more. Runaway train. What? Huh? Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, that, okay, yeah. Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Oh, sir, no, 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 no! Fuck. You hear the scream of metal, it's coming closer. Fuck.
What in the... You're still on board, right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, it's an arm. Okay. Alright. Awesome. That is the strongest train I've ever seen. What the fuck is that? No. Ether condensers between the Doom Train's hands. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Yeah? Woo!
I have to disconnect the car! Quick! Jump on the next one!
station. Uh-huh. You gonna stay there, or do you have a... I think we... no. Right front? Oh, there goes one. That's low, right? Yes. Okay. Oh! I did not see that. Up. Down immediately. I'm trying! Okay. Front left. Oh, see, there's the monk. Oh, no, sorry, that's a Viper. Only moves 2 then.
Oh boy. Die.
Lamau. Yippee! Yeah, that was a good fucking fight. Okay, we're back. Don't worry about how we got back or anything like that.
No more adventures, thank you. That was enough bravery for a lifetime.
Yeah, imagine you're an ordinary ass engineer and you suddenly get asked to do that. You probably swear off helping adventurers for the rest of your life.
But we did it! We stopped the Doom Train. Well, mostly you did.
Yup.
Before we can celebrate, though, we need to make sure Treno's secure.
I do have to wonder if,
As I feared,
there's a few things.
Stray beasts to the south.
I have to wonder if it's possible to revive the Doom Train, because it sounds like it's not a... Well, I mean, it might not be a primal. It's an arcane entity, which means it could be anything from a sprite to a primal, but... Me and my seven of my closest interdimensional homies. Well, notice there that we didn't actually use the Crystal of Azim. Just 7 people appeared that were already there. I thought, like, I considering we're going to be talking about the key, I have to imagine it would probably be a bit, like, it might give away too much if we start using that, like, all over the place. But I don't know if in-game characters actually recognize the link between those two, because no character has acknowledged it so far.
I've lost track of how many times I've asked you for help, but I need your help again.
That's fine, that's what I'm here for. Oh. I have to believe that Iane will be safe with your comrades while we attend to matters elsewhere. I'll see to the wounded. You try not to join them, alright? Progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you'll be able to try again. Please note you... Yeah, let's go. A short time earlier. Nope.
No!
Fuck yeah, Kryl.
Can you stand?
Yeah, yes! Thank you so much. There were others being attacked over by the canal. Could you possibly...
Of course, I'll go right away. The rest of you should get to the town hall.
I
can't leave anyone behind. I won't.
Play as Kryl. Maybe? Oh, it didn't do the... Yeah, let's fucking go.
Best make sure the evacuation route is clear first.
3 times in succession to all nearby enemies. An area of effect increases with each successive attack, and then a thing. Okay. Oh, is that... Shit, did I interrupt that? Fuck. I think I might have. Damn. Kryl's got firepower. Okay, now we can do this.
Done. Now to aid those people by the canal.
Wait, do I need to go a particular way, or... Oh, damn. Going for the Oscar there.
Help is on the way!
Oh, awesome. Fuck yeah, Kryl. Oh, there, ooh.
The other stragglers.
Don't worry about the text box, it's fine. Let's fucking go, Kryl. Hi. Die. Nope. Oh, seriously? I'm so scared I couldn't even move. Silly, isn't it? My wife and I will be making for Town Hall straight away. You have my word on that. If you're determined to check on everyone, I won't complain, but do be careful. Oh, that...
Oh no!
Fire. That isn't lightning. How are we meant to stop that?
First things first, the fire.
Yup. What do I do? Extinguish fire. Oh, of course,
Take a leaf
Nixies.
out of Y'shtola's book.
sort of magic was that? I've never seen the like. Priorities. Yes, I'm going to well, yes, I'm going to run. We can talk about it later. It was you that put the fire out? How will I ever thank you? Now that we know it won't be spreading any further, we can all take shelter until this is over. Sorry, one sec. Turn BGM down a little bit. Does this happen any other time when you get to control an NPC in game? Yeah, it happens a lot. Generally throughout the MSQ, every now and then there'll be a scenario you play as like one of the scions. And usually it's like it does like a cut down version of whatever class job they're playing. It's cool. I like it. It gives them an opportunity to lend personality to that particular person's flavor of the job. It's really cool.
Not a moment too soon. I hope that was the worst of it.
Somebody help!
Nope. Oh, now I know what's on the west side.
Further out.
On the west side is going to be Kryle's encounter. I hope we get a little bit more of an expanded kit for that, but who knows.
I'll take care of this. Make for shelter.
Fucking tiny-ass Kryle taking on all this shit. Awesome. Oh, that was not enough.
How many are there?
Well, at least I'll be fed for fucking days.
Is that all of them?
Is that a fucking behemoth? Sure is.
A behemoth!
Y'shtola. Yeah! Girls' night, girls' night, girls' night.
You cut that rather close.
Smartass.
Thank
Oh, it really is girls' night. God damn. Oh, okay. Well, okay, to be fair, Kryle's kit is not that expansive. This would have been boring as sin.
We need only hold the line until the barrier is in place.
And they didn't invite me, so transphobic. Yeah, real.
Together.
Well, I mean, you'll be invited once you play MSQ. Surely. Alright. Oh, jeez.
I can still fight. I can.
I have no doubt.
Yup. Oh, are you... Ow. Cool. I thought he was just standing to cast. God damn it.
Thunderheads!
Oh boy.
Keep away from the clouds.
Shit.
If I never see another storm.
Yeah.
Nowhere is safe with so many of them.
Cryo?
Some friendly winds, if you please.
I guess that works.
It worked.
Good job, Cryo.
How fortunate that bird made such an impression.
Oh, shit. Oh, Graha. Ah.
The Levin grows more volatile. Something is coming!
Ball lightning! Ishtola, Steam, lend me your strength!
Two of us will disperse these balls of lightning.
Oh, but I'm a caster. This is hell.
Just keep the lightning at bay a little longer! Take cover behind the Spriggan! The tide is turning! Press the attack!
Oh, that was a cone, too. God damn. Really didn't need to die to that. Yippee!
I must say, that was an incredible performance.
Why are you never to stand in your way? Oh, how you've grown. Yeah, no. I'm gonna say that. Remember the Treno weapon shop trivia? There were 4 bosses in FF9. Oh.
Flatterer.
I'm glad I picked that. Yeah? Barrier gotten any better, or...?
The barrier is restored. The people of Treno may rest easy once more.
I'm surprised there was no animation from that, but I guess... Oh, okay. Hey. That's better. Lamau. Oh! Okay. Well then.
The perimeter is clear, everyone. And thanks to our guests, the Dawntrail has been destroyed.
Yay. I did that.
Last but not least, Ayane's fixed the barrier. We don't need to worry about beasts anymore. This calls for a celebration.
The Doom Train is gone for good.
That's our Ayane.
They're safe. All of them.
I thought at least one would have died taking on the train, of all things. Yeah. Yeah.
Alila? Kryl. Does the name Alila mean aught to you?
My mother. Did you know her?
Man, you haven't explained why you're doing that. That's kind of weird.
I'm sorry, my dear. We should get you patched up before aught else. Alila's story and that of the key are one and the same.
Right.
After you've rested and recovered, I'll tell you the tale.
Okay, yeah, of course. That makes a lot of sense. That's not just a, oh, I'm also, which she knows intimately because of the key. Like, it's not just a, and I am your grandmother.
You have no cause to fret, I promise you.
I hope so.
While Lummel forgot to give the order, bless him, there's work to be done ere we can celebrate. First and foremost, we must see to any injured. Come and find me at Town Hall when you're ready.
Without further delay, then.
Some reason in that pose, Kryl's very sopping
Mind
wet
me,
creature.
My injuries are far from severe.
Girl, you cannot walk.
But your curiosity is another matter, is it not? Your feet will deliver you to Miaili all the swifter if you can actually walk on them.
Oh, and also Miaili, right. Should I take another break? I guess I took a small break when I was chatting on the phone. I think we'll continue going. I feel like we're probably toward the end now, anyway. Exhaustion aside, Kryl sustained no injuries you need worry over. After that battle, I think we all require a moment. You had better get some rest too. I mean it. I think Miali knew Kryl's mother. Or to think Miali knew Kryl's mother. I too am eager to hear the details. While I would rather not have tumbled to the pavement in front of the city, I am none the worse for wear, thanks to Y'shtola. But what of yourself? If you have any hurts, we can tend to them before we see Miali. I am fine. Into the mist. Kryl is ready to hear more from Miali. Miali, or is she? Dark City Treno. Curious, isn't it? I want to know more. More than anything, yet a part of me is still terrified. But having come so far, I can't turn from the truth now. If everyone is feeling up to it, let us go and have our answers. Oh, I can mount here. Oh, what am I fucking walking around for like a chump? We can get a better mount. You know what? That's appropriate. As long as it's not you-know-who, I guess. This is a good dismount sound. I find myself feeling anxious on Kryl's behalf. It's alright. I'm ready to hear it. While the key is to be the main topic of our conversation, there is no telling what else Miali might reveal. I had every confidence Lommel would be safe in your company, but it heartens me to see... Lumel, sorry. It heartens me to see him unharmed nonetheless. How are you feeling? I hope you've recovered from your brush with the Doom Train. And did I hear something about a behemoth? Yeah. Ah, our new friends. Do you know why Grandmother called us here? Both Iani and I neglected to ask. Oh. Are these your like, cousins, Kryl?
Ere I begin my tale, there is something about our family that you need to understand. We are descendants of the Speakers of Eld, and I myself am the latest to inherit the role. Even as we do our utmost to ensure our people's welfare in our adopted home, it has ever been our duty to find a means to return whence we came. Alas, our ancestral treasure never did answer our prayers. And that left my elder sister, the previous speaker, mired in doubt. It was then, when she was at her most vulnerable, that preservation reached out to her.
Oh. Oh.
The key is none other than that relic, and it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership.
We've heard this part before, from my parents' memories.
So she's your aunt.
My mother was your sister.
She was. Which makes you an heir to the Speaker's legacy.
Oh, wow.
The last message I received from your parents said that in order to thwart preservation's design, they must send away both their daughter and the key. I now understand what became of the former. As for the latter, through conversing with your friends, I gleaned with whom it currently resides.
And is it your wish that we give it back?
Well, if it's with an heir, I think you probably wouldn't... Yeah, okay.
We Milala are the people of Treno now. Here is where we've put down our roots. The moment Elila relinquished the key, she relinquished our claim to it as well. But be that as it may, my sister gave up not only her life, but her darling daughter, to prevent its misuse. It is my duty to ensure that its new bearer is worthy. So, should it answer your call as it never did ours, how would you use the key's power?
Explore worlds yet unknown to us. It would have been the second, but I think specifically like, oh, I'd try and be heroic is...
For some, that might be a self-serving end. But your deeds are proof that I needn't worry.
It's also very Azem, to be fair. Which...
And what's more, there's your friendship
seems to be
with
the
my
broad
niece.
vector.
I dare say that speaks well of your character.
So does that make Kryl
By the
aunt
by,
once removed to
do
the
you
rest
have
of
any
them?
records pertaining to the key here in Treno?
Hi, hello.
Would
Ah,
that
shit.
we did. But Delilah took everything with her when she joined Preservation. If aught remains, it would be in Alexandria.
Yeah, that tracks.
And so we find ourselves returned to our original course.
Waiting for a damned computer to unencrypt some thing.
Shale may have made some progress. Perhaps it's time to bring our visit to an end. But by that, I don't mean to say that I don't feel welcome in Treno. You've all been so kind and accommodating. And in many ways, it's my hometown. It's just that, well,
It's all right, my dear. It is true that some feel bound by blood or birthplace, but I don't believe that your parents would have wanted that for you. They devoted their lives to understanding the key so that future generations would not be burdened by it. As we have chosen Treno, so too should you choose the place you call home. A place where you can bloom and grow with fearless joy.
I will.
We must give you a proper send-off, though. Wait for us by the gate, will you? A word of caution, Keeper of the Key. As you know, it is a relic that has traveled across centuries and worlds, passing through countless hands, oft beckoning to those ruled by ambition or avarice. Indeed, some have wondered if it chooses its master. But I believe differently. I believe that some inexorable force, call it fate, if you will, ushers it from one bearer to the next. Be wary, for fate's regard now falls upon you.
That was fucking ominous. The fuck? She had the same horn color as Vritra. Hey, hey, hey. Fuck. Anyway, go wait at the gate. Fuck you. Are you fucking serious? Don't worry about that now. But seriously, that was an LR with like an unusual scale color. It wasn't white and it wasn't like deepest like navy blue. And it looked strikingly similar to the color that Vritra's vessel had. Why can't I remember his name? Fuck. Cryo looks like she's just seen the first ray of sunlight on a cloudy day. Glad she found that which she sought. Lumul and Nyane have gone to summon the other Miala we've met from across the city. If the Miala's records were in Preservation's possession, I doubt they ever relinquished them. That knowledge must await us back in Alexandria. I can't believe I have living relatives here. That they make it seem so simple. Maybe it is enough to just be Cryle. Yeah, exactly. Now, hopefully, if we're seeing the entire town, we'll see that woman again, but... I don't know if I'll be so lucky. Nope. She fucking sticks out, to be fair. But hey, Warrior of Light, you should probably ask, like, is there any Aura around here? Plus people with scales, you know. Seems like an odd person to be around. If everyone has left.
Thank you all for everything.
We're the ones who should be thanking you. You fought so many times for us.
I've tended to the people's immediate hurts, but see that they receive appropriate care as they recover.
I still can't believe you took down the Dawntrail. Just like that. You're my hero, truly. And I'm sure Mum and Dad and everyone else we lost will rest easier now that it can never hurt anyone again.
For my part, I cannot thank you enough for supporting my plan for the barrier. Not to mention that we wouldn't even have the Electrope to restore it without your aid. I can't wait to see what else we can do now that the mine is back in service.
I don't have to go through scrap anymore.
Kyle. O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. Remember that, will you? Whatever shore you choose.
Of course. Those words, and our people, will always be in my heart.
After so long without her, I had begun to forget what my sister was like. Her face, her voice, fading like the mist. all I could remember clearly was her resolve as we parted for the last time. But now I've seen her again. In you, sweetheart. For bringing her back to me. It is a joy to have met you, Krile.
Ah, shit, that actually got me. Fuck.
You too, Aunt Miaili.
I know your home lies far from here, but to us you'll always be family. Come and see us once in a while, won't you?
I will. My comrades have found a treatment for Levin's sickness, so I'll bring it to Treno as soon as I can.
My, you certainly have no shortage of accomplished friends. We'll await your return, my dear.
Ah, I need to get Veva into this part of the game. Fuck.
Life is full of surprises when one lives in hope. Isn't that right, Delilah?
God, the fucking camera work and scene construction, again. Like, it wasn't any, again, these last few scenes, especially the stuff in Treno, hasn't been, like, again, like, groundbreaking or anything, but, like, it's just very little things, like being able to focus in on something using the depth of field to blur out other things and the position of camera and how long it's lingering and shit like that. It's just, ugh. We're so fucking back, dude. Well, I mean, we've been back for a while, but, like, goddamn. We're more than back. Though we're still in the 9th, it hardly feels like it up here. What a wonder. Yeah, I have to imagine, since this is seeing the sky, it must be above the clouds. Once we are back in Solution 9, I would like to relax with a hot cup of tea. If safe and reliable airship travel to Treno were possible, it would cut down on the length and danger of the journey. It feels a bit like I'm dreaming, but even should I wake, I'll remember it. I'll remember them. On a practical note, I am more certain than ever that Shale's work will yield vital insights into the key. I look forward to speaking with her when we arrive in Solution 9. If you don't mind, might we make our way to Resolution? Gossan will be wondering about my absence. Oh, heavens, yes. I apologize for keeping you from your duties for so long. I'll think nothing of it. I was more than happy to be a part of your adventure, and Gossan will forgive me once I tell him of Treno. Oh, this is the final quest too. Huh. Honestly, actually really, really good self-contained jaunt through the 9th. Like, the one bit that I'm just like, that wrapped up a bit cleanly was the Doom Train bit. Like, specifically, like, okay, it derailed, and we're done. Back to Treno. And it's like, that seems like a really important thing to study and make sure it's dead and things like that. Like, Though we learned little about the Asians, our sojourn was more than worthwhile. We're back. According to the people of Treno, there are yet other settlements in the Ninth. We shall have to seek them out one day. One day might be soon. Gossan hasn't worn his regulator since his memory was restored. The experience must have affected him deeply. Yeah, no shit. Ah, this explains much. He went wandering off with them again. I wondered why I had seen neither hide nor hair of your majesty these past days. May I ask where you have been? It's quite a long story. However stalwart your companions, traversing the Mist Continent with no knowledge of what awaited was extraordinarily reckless. That I cannot deny, but it availed us much. We have the opportunity to resume diplomatic relations with a long-time ally. And as I did not, in fact, come to harm, all is well that ends well? Should you feel compelled to go on any other excursions in the future, I expect that you will notify me beforehand. Yes, of course. It was remiss of me. I apologize. Yeah, to be fair, very important leader just fucking wandered off, like, it's cause for concern. Duty's call is most insistent. Nevertheless, whenever you require my aid, please do not hesitate to seek it. Oh, hey, Shale. You're back. How'd it go? Did you find a way down? Oh, we sure fucking did. We found a whole Doom train down there. I mean, settlement. Treno. I've heard the name. Incredible that it sheltered the Milala all this time. What's more, the mayor was able to share the story of the key from her perspective. She believes that the historical documents pertaining to it are stored in Preservation's archives. They could be, though our work isn't done yet. We've made progress on the decryption. I was on my way to the containment complex to review the data in situ. In situ? Is that Latin? In situ. In the original place, situated in the original place. In situ is a Latin phrase meaning in the place or on site. Ah, I see. Shit, did I say that one? I don't think I did. In that case, allow me to accompany you. Though it may be incomplete, I should like to review the information available. We'll contact you as soon as we've made some sense of it. Wait, you mean I don't get to find out anything that... In the meantime, might I suggest that our Warrior of Light get a good night's sleep or two? You never know what manner of hellish technology will be after us next. I don't need sleep, I need answers! And Kryl, I assume you'll be wanting to familiarize yourself with the care and feeding of Porksies? Indeed. While I'm aware of the principles, I was needed elsewhere when the others were treating the Levin afflicted. I shall have to ask Y'shtola to instruct me. Kryl, Graha's right here. I'm pretty sure Kryl, he can do that. Like, it is the least I can do for my family. I intend to visit them whenever possible, but my home will always be here in the Source. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Dork. Yay! Meanwhile... Earlier in Treno. Oh, yep, woman.
Now, there is much to be done. With access to the mine restored, I'd like to explore methods to expand our food production systems. I look forward to your insights.
Yeah, she's got, like, copper green.
Oh, my poor heart. I only meant to steal a glimpse while we were in the area.
It's an odd accent.
But our eyes definitely met, didn't they? Oh, that's not ideal. Such fearsome instincts to perceive me as a threat in an instant. But I shouldn't be surprised. It's the Source's vaunted hero, after all.
Halmarut!
Oh, dear me!
Dragon!
Oh.
One need hardly be the warrior of light to notice you. You're far from subtle. As if the horns and scales weren't enough, you insist upon dressing for another century. Those clothes must be as old as I am. Where is your robe?
You mean the robe that practically announces me as an Ascian?
Oh no, oh my god, I'm fucking stupid. Not dragon. No, oh my god, I'm dumb. Yeah. Oh wow, okay. There's an entry of her on the wiki already. Convocation. Sorry, I need to check. What was her... I don't know why I thought dragon. The Sower. Cultivator of botanical and mycological creations. Why would you... I think the reason I was still thinking dragon was, Ritra. That's... Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. I went, that means she's a dragon! I recognize that name! And then, wait, oh, hold on. But... Huh.
Not that I don't intend to reveal that detail, but it will be at a time of my choosing. Besides, if one of us can't help but draw the eye, it's you.
Yeah, true. The fuck are you?
Oh, Calyx, how you've grown.
Yeah, that...
Smaller, that is. And surprisingly cute-ish.
Put me down.
Kind of... Well, I mean, I think... Calyx, I think walking around would be a mistake.
Jests aside, we will be departing the 9th all too soon.
All too soon? Why do you have, like, a slight, like... All too soon? Like, Northern England?
If you wish to say your goodbyes, I could find you a vessel and mold it to match your preferred presentation.
Don't you dare. I will not debase myself by occupying a living body ever again. And in any case, to travel the rift as you do requires the shedding of one's flesh, does it not?
I apologize if I upset you. Your understanding is, in essence, correct. The magics cannot bring a vessel through the rift. Ergo, you must discard it and assume a form of pure ether until you reach the other side.
It's like... Ergo, you must discard it and assume a form of pure ether until you reach the other side. Like, it's a little less than that. Is that... Reach the other side. Is that Scottish? Fuck, I really need to, like, learn kind of the distinctions between accents from the UK.
However, that doesn't mean you need discard everything like so much refuse.
Oh?
Using fissures such as this, one can easily send small amounts of matter between reflections.
What the fuck? You can just do that?
Matter such as your archived memories.
All the more reason to remain as I am. At present, I could pass through a fissure myself. And as this form suffices for surveying the material realm, I see no reason to expend effort searching for a replacement. I wish only to observe. That is enough.
So it must have been Halmaret.
Very well. I shan't press.
So it must have been Halmaret that you ran into in the rift after you were defeated in 7.3.
Nevertheless, odd though you may look, I would encourage you to bid farewell to those to whom you have attachment. For now that you failed, unless our hero changes course, this world is doomed to die.
What?
I had hoped to banish death from their lives. Why should it come to all, whether they will it or no? Why must any accept this burden and grief? It was never about any one person. So no, there are none with whom I would exchange fond farewells.
Oh, that's great. That sucks.
But so long as mankind yet survives, I can hold fast to my faith.
Like, just a broad, forlorn despair that the people of that world will pass, but no attachment to any one person in there. Nothing that can be done to even, like, lightly assuage that feeling for a moment, and just having to deal with the broad. Ugh.
That my life's work might again bring someone's salvation.
Hold fast you must, as we press ever onward. For soon it begins, and every world shall tremble. The Winterers must be prepared to outlast the great withering to come.
The what?
That's your ominous prediction, is it?
No. It's nature's proclamation. Can't you hear it? It echoes in the silence, left by the will of the star.
Wither blows fate's wandering will, for grey clouds presage winter's chill. Alright, I guess, yep. Halmerit's a good choice for that. And basically, Hydaelyn's past, therefore. There is no will of the star to prevent something like that occurring. Much as it protected the world from Meteon, it protected it from other things too. And now that is gone. You know what? We're gonna start where we ended. Oh, we're gonna end where we started. Fucking great patch, first of all. Really good like, I'm really glad we spent that amount of time with Kryl. Erenville's an interesting one, just kind of where he's left at the end of this whole thing. Yay, they're still here. Oh, man. I have a lot of thoughts about that kind of note to leave on. So yeah, I guess we know the Ascian being referenced now. Hold on, let me go back. Logrith, Mitron, Emmet Selk, Pashtarot was one we hadn't encountered. Fandaniel, Altima. Altima, I think there's a couple that had been vanquished by Gaius, but we don't know how well that actually went in terms of its finality. Halmaret, Nabriales, Igeorm, Dudalathon is another one we don't currently... Well, we haven't confirmed the death of. Emeroloth. Emeroloth. There we go. La Habrea, Elidibus, and Azim. So, the Winterers are not, don't appear to be villains. That positioning suggests that they are trying to make sure the star can continue, right? Probably, honestly, a lot closer to just... Well, it's a lighter version of the, original, or the Ascians we're familiar with, goal of rejoining everything. Either that, or the Winterers are basically a fallback. And Halmaret has joined because she realizes that, as things are proceeding right now, the state of the star cannot survive. And I do wonder if it's got something to do with, like, the etheric density left behind by, the, Sundering, and that. But clearly, like, Hydaelyn is a factor here, because, as Halmaret states, in fact, it echoes in the silence left by the will of the star. It's nature's proclamation. So, with Hydaelyn gone, there is consequences. As we knew when it happened initially. That is a very interesting angle to go with. Very interesting. There's a couple of things that I like about it, for sure. The first is simply that the Winterers aren't necessarily diametrically opposed to the Warrior of Light. It's unclear, at least from Halmerit's explanation, whether the Warrior of Light is causing these things to happen, or if they are simply incapable or not actually stopping what's happening. Well, actually, hold on. What was the... Now that you failed, unless our hero changes course, this world is doomed to die. So, to Halmerit's eyes, the way to keep, or the way to continue on, would have been to rid the Ninth of death, as Calix was attempting to do. I honestly didn't expect, the name to just get dropped. Of Halmerit. I think that's why I defaulted, when the name was said, I went Dragon. Because I wasn't expecting them to just name an Ascian. And yeah, I guess I went against Yoshi P's wishes and did not familiarize myself with the fucking 14 before the stream. I really should have done that, actually. It's one of those things where I probably need to do a little bit of rereading of some stuff that I think might be pertinent before another MSQ stream. But yeah, really like the patch. Dungeon was pretty good. Trial was excellent. Story was fantastic. Left off on a really disquieting note. Oh, sorry, and to go back to the Winterers and this specific, like, theorizing by Halmerit. Yeah, I like the idea that the Winterers are like, okay, we just need to make sure that we can save the star in some way, and it's probably, you know what, given the implicit involvement that Halmerit had with Calix's plan, I wouldn't be surprised if it is going ways that are like, yeah, let's just siphon all the ether from the rest of the worlds and preserve at least some of it, because we can't do it otherwise. And, like, there isn't an easy counter to that, other than just, like, at the moment, like, that is not just, so this appears to not just be, I don't want to die, it's like, no, if we don't do this, the star will die. It will die out, just straight up. And there isn't an easy counter to that. Like, we don't have a solution, an easily identifiable solution to that. And it does feel very much like this may be something akin to the, like, heat death theory that the Aya encountered, right? Or something equivalent to it. You know, maybe there's more things out in the galaxy that are causing the death of stars beyond Meteon. Or hell, it could be the residual effects of that song that will now still affect Aetheris. Yeah, maybe. I also, like, I really, really love the idea of just, like, not even like, you set up this villain as a result of this thing. It's like, no, the resolving of Endwalker has had consequences. They're not going to show up immediately, but they will come. You can't just kill off the thing that's been, like, holding the Sundered Worlds together for so long. Well, not even holding them together, but just making sure they don't fuse back together without some things happening. And if it has been suspended in such a way that the immediate obvious thing isn't going to happen, like everything just ends up rejoining some way down the line through no action, no conscious action by people, there are still going to be problems. You know? So much like Zodiac's presence prevented something, Heidelin's did too. Both of them are now gone. And it seems like the world itself is presaging... no, I think I'm using that word incorrectly. Believes that it will... What was it? It's nature's proclamation? Yeah. Hold fast you must as we press ever onward, for soon it begins, and every world shall tremble. The winterers must be prepared to outlast the great withering to come. No, that's your ominous prediction, is it? No, it's nature's proclamation. Can't you hear it? It echoes in the silence left by the will of the star. And that line in particular there is, like, one of my favorite things about some storytelling in Path of Exile, of all things. Where there is a major threat that exists for some time in the endgame. It's a being known as the Elder. And the Elder is an eldritch being who existed in this pocket space or reality called the Atlas. And the Elder effectively hunts everything within the Atlas. The player character ends up going into the Atlas and comes to blows with the Elder, eventually destroying him. And then there's like a league, there's an expansion to Path of Exile that was, alright, you know, now the people who defeated the Elder in this alternate timeline, when we reset things, storytelling in Path of Exile, don't worry about it, in this alternate reality where the end game already happened, you are now fighting the people that fought the Elder because the Atlas drives you crazy. Hence the famous line, still sane Exile, hanging over the game for a very long time. But after that expansion came another expansion. It was called Echoes of the Atlas. And you are told that the absence of the Elder has been noticed. By what or by who is unclear, but it seems to be a lot of beings. And one of those beings ends up making their way to the Atlas that you end up encountering, the Maven, who is basically a baby, nascent, eldritch being. And then an expansion after that, the people who notice start making their way there. And it's just a few of their underlings at first, but they're beyond anything you face, blah, blah, blah. But I really like the idea of just... You have disrupted the way things were, and that is not going to go unnoticed. Especially on a, like, cosmic or, like, trans-reality, scale. So the idea that this coming thing is not a person or a being that could be reasoned with, but simply a natural consequence of the will of the star no longer being around. And I also find it interesting because, like, this feels evocative of the final days. The Song of Oblivion that began to rot all worlds and plunge them into despair. And plunge them into death. Not despair, because that was the thing that presaged Meteon and all that happening. But it's possible that there's something even more fundamental or, like, residual effects of Meteon out there. Or even the thing that ends up causing such strife on those worlds. Right? Because a lot of it is, you know, just a lot is, like, inevitable cycles of things. But it's also possible there's something else at play there. Something that Aetheris never had a problem with until it was kicked off by Meteion. But now that the star... Because especially when you consider that the star was affected by the Song of Oblivion. So think about it like this, right? Aetheris exists and is one place. It's the source with no reflections. It is completely whole. It seems to be unaffected by something in the background because of its large quantities of ether that are keeping it or that are concentrated in it. Then Meteion flies out, and it turns out that the amount of ether that Aetheris has isn't quite enough to resist like a concentrated burst of the Song of Oblivion. So then they summon the Zodiac, which ends up summoning Hydaelyn. And before the Sundering, they are the most protected they can be. Then Hydaelyn sunders the stars, or Hydaelyn sunders the star. Now, as far as we know, the reflections don't have the same connection to the outer reaches of Aetheris, the same way the Source does. So I'm assuming here that there is one thing in reality that represents Aetheris, being the Source. So Hydaelyn is still on the Source, Zodiac is split across the stars, but is still present in that place. So the Song of Oblivion continues to not be a problem, then Zodiac dies. Suddenly the Song of Oblivion is a problem now, because they specifically use that to energize ether to basically stave off the atrophy introduced by the Song of Oblivion. Then we go and kill Hydaelyn and the Song of Oblivion. Before we have a fully concentrated star. After we have a far weaker star with nothing supporting it. Right? We have no Hydaelyn, we have no Zodiac. Not only that, but the star is weaker than when this whole process began. So it's possible that etheric density is actually so low that something even more, like, fundamental in the universe that can cause these stars to die, or things like that, is going to start affecting Aetheris. And I find that a fascinating storyline thread to follow. Because then there's a bit of a weight here, right? Of like, well, if it's just a fundamental thing that Aetheris never experienced until after the Sundering and the Primals were gone, maybe there's an argument to actually rejoin the reflections. Maybe we have to start working towards that. Or maybe that's, either the Winterers are like a hunker down and take drastic measures, but maybe our goal becomes something a lot more like the original Ascians, and we have to be like, we've got to figure out a way to get the reflections all back, because it's just not possible to generate that much ether again, right? The Ancients don't exist to bring about a being on the level of Hydaelyn. There isn't enough ether on the Source to be able to create one. The peoples of Aetheris and the Sources are going to be divided on this. They don't have as a unified view on summoning something like Zodiac or Hydaelyn to be able to create nearly as powerful a being. That is a very, very interesting thought and potential storyline. But there's a lot of different ways these could be resolved too, of course. It also depends. Like, I'm speculating a lot about what this withering is caused by, and I'm hoping. I really am hoping it's not something that can be personified. That it is something that is far more fundamental. That needs to be worked with. Because not only would it bring us closer, and I think the reason I lean on this is because I think it would be interesting if there was some incentive to rejoining now. Like, there is actually a logic to being like, well, like, there's a lot of people there, we've got the key that can potentially traverse reflections, maybe we can bring everyone here and then actually rejoin that in a more refined way. So there's no calamity, we don't lose lives, but then of course you've got a lot of the problems on Aetheris being magnified by the fact that you bring a lot of people from an entirely different star there. What's the wording? The Winterers must be prepared to outlast the great withering to come. So maybe they think it's a foregone conclusion that the Aetheris will die. And that all they're looking for is to be there afterward to be able to salvage things. So maybe they're looking for the short-term solutions, and our conflict is going to be a lot more like, we should be working together to resolve this issue, and every single one of them is like, you're talking about undoing the laws of reality right now. Like, you're literally telling us that we shouldn't do the pragmatic thing of trying to save as many people as we can, and instead trying to fight reality. How do you plan to do that? But I won't speculate too much more because, yeah, we go well into the territory of things that I'm probably a little ill-informed on when it comes to the way some things in the universe work, and also because we're still talking about illusions of things that haven't transpired yet. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that little bit by Halmarut has me very excited for where this is all gonna go. And though we didn't have a Thancred style or a Stormblood 7.4.5 like shock to any of this yet, introducing Halmarut in the way they did. Alright, 14. Before you had my interest, now you have my attention. Yeah, shit. I think we'll probably leave it there then. I don't know if there's much else to be said. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. Again, we're kind of we're in the thick of Christmas now, so yeah, I won't be streaming. Probably I might be able to fit in a stream like Monday, Tuesday, but I'm also thinking of taking a lot more time off streaming during this holidays, because I'm a little behind on some housework and stuff, so I want to make sure I have the time, give myself the time to focus on that. But I'm also behind on a few games I started and never finished, and with the way the Path of Exile and games like that are coming for my time at the moment, I need to be a bit more cognizant of that. So, yeah, I think it might be a little less busy around here for the time being. Once the new year ends, that'll be like probably the next time I start streaming. Well, no, there's a chance something might happen next weekend. Not guaranteed, but there's a chance. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. It doesn't look like too many people are on. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll leave it there then. Yeah, so, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and hope to see you all next time.